Mute my mic. Hello. Welcome to CyberLab Con. I'm Josh Mason. I am your MC for Track 2. And I'm a solutions architect for Synac, author, nonprofit organizer, and speaker. And Rihanna has asked me to help out here, and I'm honored. I want to introduce our first speaker for track 2. We have Dr. Sayadi, and Dr. is a contributor to the MITRE ATT&CK framework, discoverer of critical CVEs, has made a global impact on cyber defense strategies, also a frequent speaker at several conferences, including DeepSec, GSEC, and Arab Cybersecurity. And before we get into that, I do want to make a pitch. You can donate to MCCOE, the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, and a dollar donation will allow you to participate in the virtual escape room where there's a lot of giveaways. But yeah, with that, let me bring in Dr. Hello.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Like Islam.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm good. Oh, pretty good. Yeah.
I'm gonna actually get myself out of the way. You wanna bring up your slides and make sure that we can present that?
Okay. So let's try to. Sure. So it's clear. The screen is clear.
You should be good to go. There's a button down at the bottom over here.
Okay, let's try it. Yeah, I did. Just 1 minute. Um, Now it's fine. So the slide is clear.
Cool.
You'll see my slides.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try to.
They're up.
Okay, let's try to make some just 1 minute. Okay, and
you make it full screen. I think I can make it full screen.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Let's try to present. So that's
Excellent.
fine. Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna get out of your way.
Okay. So can I start now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having me today in this great conferences and online version, of course. So in today's presentation, we are start hunting C2 and how we can start hunting command and control server in a different way. So actually, there are many ways to handle C2 hunting processes, but actually it's not a full scenario. It's not a full operation that maybe sometimes start conducting by threat researcher, because actually each threat actors have their own different mechanism to set up a C2, and each threat researcher have their own mindset and methodology to hunting the C2. So actually I have decided to make a great presentation, great slides, talk about C2 from the beginning of the C2 and from the modern C2, or maybe AI version C2 that abused by APTs, fiends, spiders, or state-sponsored threat actors. So it's the title of our presentation today, The Art of C2 Hunting the Digital Cat and Mouse. And okay, so it's about me. I'm Dr. Sadi Ali. I'm actually a malwareologist. Try to investigate the malwares, understand the malwares, what's the methodology, what's the mindset behind the malware. Because when I start analyzing a malwares, I will thinking that I'm dealing with the motivation, I am dealing with the mindset, I am dealing with the some behaviors and personality architecture of the threat actors. So malware for me is not a malicious software. It's a human. It's a human for me, so I have to investigate it. What's the mindset and um, thinking or the motivation of the threat actor at all. And actually, I am doing some kind of a security researching, finding CVEs, some kind of vulnerability assessment, sometimes contributing to writing books, articles, and provide a technique, some new technique methodology to the security community. Like before, I have a Mitre framework contributor, and actually, I'm a public speaker, so I have done a dozen of this online speaking and in-person speaking university workshops. Like my recent and last speaking session is in India, VolunCon 2025. It's about AI weaponized red team, how threat actor abuse a different artificial intelligence model to for their own offensive purpose. So actually, our table of content today is a rich one. First of all, we are start introduction for C2, what's the commands and control servers, and the public OSINT resources for C2 hunting, and some kind of a Google dorking, and searching for C2 infrastructure on public platforms. And also we have a live C2 hunting. And actually we have analyzing a malwares for C2 indicators. And finally we have a conclusion and the another step that threat researcher and security researcher have to take it to analyzing malwares, finding C2s, and so on. So that's a chapter one, introduction to C2 hunting. So what's a C2 actually? C2 is a short for command and control servers. Some security researchers say C2. Some security researchers says CNC, or some say a long version, command and control server. So actually, a C2 server or CNC is a way, is a communication channel between threat actors and the victim. So threat actors through the C2 can communicate and command the agent that install it of the victim machine. For example, the threat actor have a Cobalt Strike agent inside a computer A. So through the background that available in this picture, that's all the victims, and threat actors actually can sending commands, run external scripts, downloading additional payloads, run external scripts like a Mimikatz, Lasagne, and so on. So basically, actually, it's a communication channel between hackers, between threat actors, and the victim. That's a simple and accurate definition of the C2. It's actually communication channel between threat actors and the victim. So this communication channel is mostly used for maybe espionage, for data exfiltration, stealing data from the victim machine, from the computer, or sometimes for installing additional payload. Because actually, nowadays we have advanced security products, advanced EDRs, and so on. So we have to have additional food, fully undetectable payload to start persistence and stay for a long time inside the victim machine. Okay, and that's a common C2 framework that we have nowadays, like a Slivers, Hard, Mythic, Covenant, and each threat actors maybe have their own custom C2s actually. So nowadays, the most common one is Covenant and Mythic and Slivers. So that's a most one that abused by threat actors. So actually, they are available publicly from the Kali, from the Parrot, and in the GitHub, because actually this one is for red teaming and red teaming engagement and so on. But threat actors is always abusing legitimate stuff for their own offensive mindset. It's like a knife. You can make a good salad, and you can doing some kind of the crime. So it's only depend on your mindset and no more. And actually, my experience in cyber is back 2011 and 2012. In the past, actually, the C2 servers and the exfiltration and communication with the victim is different, more different like now. For example, uh, we have an NG-ROD is back 2013. Okay, so the C2 channel is inside itself. It's not like a web application like a Covenant, Slivers, and Mythic. It's all available inside itself, and you can just right click on the victim machine. Running, you have a many plugins and many options to conducting sending commands to the victim machine. For example, in here we have in a right side we have a Artemax keyloggers. So actually, it's a recording you keystroke and sent to the C2 panel. But actually, the automatic keyloggers, the C2 panels, or the way or the screen and dashboard that threat actor is communicate with the victim is available inside itself, not like additional ones. For example, like a sliver, you will have agents of the slivers that you can generate through the dashboard, the web dashboard, and spread into the internet. So actually, in the NG-ROD and Daru Command or Adamax keyloggers, everything is prepared for you in one dashboard. Builders, listeners, configures, maybe some kind of an extra plugin that available in the ROD in the past days. And actually, there are some ways in old school using IRC, internet relay chatters, and exfiltrating data through the emailers. It's most common was in 2014, 2015 that threat actors exfiltrating data through the emails. They abuse SMTP and different protocols and different ways to stealing and exfiltrate the data from the victim machine into um, into the attacker itself. Like we have a phonics keyloggers in the image that sending client info like a HU hardware ID, OS name is, physical memories and virtual memories, RAM size, date, and so on. And actually, threat actor is always one step forward as, and we are always one step back than threat actors. Maybe that sounds very rude. So why threat actors always one step forward as, and we are always one step behind the threat actors? So because actually, threat actors see the big picture, and threat actors is always thinking out of the box that doesn't follow some kind of the rules. And like a security researcher, we have to follow the rules, and we have a different rules. But threat actors, they don't have a rules. They can always find a legitimate stuff is to abuse it. For example, in this slide is we have a C2 assets, C2 arsenals, and simply what can be a C2, and threat actors can abuse which legitimate platform to be a C2. For example, Telegram. So most info stealers nowadays uses Telegram to exfiltrate the data. And if you go to see the black market is that available on Telegrams, that initial access brokers, even their payload is that connected into the Telegram bot is and exfiltrate the data, have information about the agent, about the victim machines, and so on. Uh, they use a Discords, Dropboxes, even VirusTotal, and Microsoft Teams, Slackers, and Instagrams, GitHub, and Spotify, SoundCloud as a C2, OneDrive, and so on. So actually, that's why we have to be have an offensive mindset to to be a good defender in a cyberspace. So if we, as security researcher, is always following the some kind of the rules that outdated for nowadays, we are never win the battle, and we are always one step behind the adversaries. So why hunting C2? why we have to hunting the C2? So that's actually, it's a great question. So we can distribute attackers. For example, nowadays attackers use domain generation algorithm to um, to misdirect threat actors, to have some additional options for stay connected with victim. But actually, actors have a one or two domains we can actually take it down. And actually, when we suspend the domain by contacting the hosting provider, we can stop exfiltrating a data from the victim machine and by attacker, because actually the CNC actually is available from the web application style maybe, or hosted in the compromised website. When we find, actually we can contact the hosting provider, or we can contact the admin of a compromised website. So actually it's a C2 available, and please take it down. So actually, if we back to the Rafael Rad, so actually Rafael Rad is hosted in the one of the government website from the Asian countries. Imagine the remote access Trojan is hosted into the government website is. So that's why we have to have a great mindset and hunting the C2 to prevent the exploitation data, to distribute the attackers, and stop spreading malwares, because actually threat actors is always spread a new variant of the malwares um, to stay a more time from the victim machine. And there are another great point of stopping C2. For example, I have a great client. You are a buyer. You came to me, okay, DR, uh, please install my payload into this client and I will give you $1,000. And actually, how threat actors can install this payload? By C2 server. So actually, when we take down the C2 servers, there are no malware to install. And actually, for early detection, we can actually get at the host is and writing our Sigma rules and actually or Yara rules in general and spread into the community and protecting the organization. And actually, that's a C2 communication method. So IRC is one of the old ones. And actually, we have an email-based C2, social media C2, like we are discussing about Telegrams, Twitters, and actually Instagrams and Slackers and so on. And based on the DNS domain name system, HTTP, and actually Cloud C2. So, how threat actors set up and use C2 infrastructure? So that's a great question. So if we don't know something, we cannot reverse it. We cannot start uh, having idea about it, actually. So there are multi ways that threat actor is setting the C2 server or the CNC. So one of them is actually compromising a legitimate website, like we are discussing the threat actors that hosted Rafael Rad from the one of the compromised government website. And the another way is custom C2, like a hosting some kind of a dummy domain is, or using a free domain is to set up a custom C2, and sometimes using a bulletproof hosting. That's another way, and actually using CDNs, cloud servers, and maybe registering domains. And for each ways to setting up the C2, there are some ways to bypasses detection or misdirecting threat actors. For example, it can use DGA or using domain fronting and DNS flags, fast flags, IP flags, dynamic DNS. And actually, there are some kind commercial C2s like a Hack5 Cloud is, some kind of the beacons or custom private C2s, and actually using the Dropboxes, Teams, Google Drive, and Mega maybe to set up a C2s or downloading additional stages. Or sometimes C2 can be used for hosting additional payloaders actually. And we have an inbuilt C2 like an NGRAD or Daru Command or Ardamax that we are discussing before. So we can detect the C2 by network traffic or simply by reading or analyzing the logs. For example, in this example, we have a small example, the post commands, and the host is a C2, and crafted a custom user agent is, and actually the session command is, task is, and so on. So you can take a look on the images and have a mindset and the scenario that you can, how you can try to hunting the C2 or reading the red flag or suspicious pattern, actually. And actually, in a chapter two, we are discuss about the OSINT for C2 hunting. So there are multi-way to hunting C2 actually. One of them is by publicly available IOCs, like a C2 feeds, IOC feed is available, like a hunt.io, like a Falcon feeds, criminal IPs, or there are some kind of the platforms in GitHub. Every day they put a live C2s actually, or we can try to use criminal IPs actually to checking the ports because actually the each C2s have the different ports. For example, 31337 is a port for slivers, and maybe 1604 is for NG-ROD, or 1177 is for NG-ROD. Okay, so you can try to using these platforms and conducting some kind of open source intelligence for finding this C2 like available on this picture. And the actually open source intelligence is actually to collecting and giving information passively or sometimes actively to um, collecting information maybe about specific IP addresses, specific person, and this data is actually publicly available. And what's the prosecutors of a hunting C2 through the OSINT, through the open source intelligence? So actually, the first one is need the fetus, the indicator of compromise, and then investigate it, then inspect the result, and then reporting. That's a phases of hunting C2 processes. And the process is actually is a more clear from the slide is finding malicious IP and domains, maybe from public or commercial feeds, and investigation the malicious IP through Shodan, Kensis, FOFA, ZoomI, binary each, or criminal IP, and then inspect the server metadata and the related servers. So actually, one of the main and fundamental processes of finding C2 infrastructure. And there are some kind of a platforms for OSINT, thread feeds, thread intel XYZ, thread view, and C2 daily feed. It's actually daily criminal IP C2 feeds, or then you can conducting your own investigation to find related samples, related C2s, and so on. So, and we have some kind of good platforms to hunting the C2. We have a VBAC tracker. We have a threat focus by abuse.che. But that's one of the platforms of a malware bazaar. And we have a criminal IP. We have a Kansas, Shodan, FOFA, and we have a URL scan. Actually, I have wrote a blog on Medium about how to using a URL scan, fav icon, and Shodan to hunting the C2 infrastructure. And there are some kind of fingerprinting and footprinting. You can try to inspect it by HTTP body response, service banners, pod numbers, a page title. So actually, the page title is one of the most important, but do not trap into this technique by threat actors. Sometimes because they can change the title of the C2. For example, the normal title of the sliver is sliver. For covenant is a covenant. For mythic is a mythic. For hard hat is a hard hat. But actually, the threat actor trying to change it to mimic the or misdirect the security researcher, and by header information or by TLS certificate, and actually by the server metadata. That's a main and fundamental structure of hunting C2. And there are some security, there are some syntaxes for hunting C2. For example, in Shodan, we have a project C2 project name. For example, project covenant for HTTP.html tags like hookbot. We have an example here. And for Kansas, we have a label C2, and that's a long tags of a Kansas. For Zoom I by service, like a http.body C2 login, and by application C2 panel. So that's a syntax of a Kansas, Shodan, and Zoom I. And yeah, and actually, that's in demo processes. Target a malicious IP or malicious domain, then inspect it through hunting platforms like a VBug, Shodan, or maybe VBug or URL scan, and so on, and actually investigate and then report it. And for example, in this example, we have this IP addresses, target IP, and then try to scan for open ports. And when we see that contain a ports like 74, 43, 443, and actually 22. Okay, so we will start to investigate the port number that is clear from this image. And actually, the port number 7443 is actually related to the covenant C2. That's a whole process from this and this and this. And that's a very clear. And actually, the another one is through the malicious feeds, actually, like IOC radars, like a hunt.io, and actually the criminal IP. And there are another one, actually, malicious domain feed platforms, red flag domains, and OTX alien value, and URL house. So actually, URL house is one of the most important one. And for the IOC feeds is a threat focus and check IOC, and Inquest Lab is one of the most great one also. And in the chapter 3, so we will start for Google Dorking for C2 discovery. So what's a Google Dorking? So actually Google Dorking for is a technique that you can try to use for finding files, login pages by in title, in URL, file type, country, maybe the site is related to the specific country actually, but we can try to find the C2 panel through through the Google Dorking actually. Okay, so for example, that's a queries in URL admin, file type logis, in URL config C2, through regular expression, through the panel names like in title, covenant, in URL login. And actually hunting in action. So we'll search for http.title, unam web panel. So actually, unam is unam is a crypto miner. Okay, actually it's a crypto miner, and we can try to find by different way. In the supershell one, http.title, panel name, in URL login, in title supershell, in URL login. So it's a long one. You can take a screenshot and start making yourself comfort with the long dorking. And actually, the chapter 4 is searching for C2 infrastructure on public platforms. So actually, how public platform can be helpful for this processes? There are a lot of public platforms like Thread Focus, Euro Houses, feedback, they are always every day put a new C2 panels. And actually, they can help us to collecting indicator of compromise or find related samples or related IC on it. So actually, the, this platform is actually, because it's well known for the community, maybe they, not maybe, actually they can make our daily tasks more easier by tags and by public information, server information, response information about this C2. It can be helpful for taking down the malicious domains, or maybe distributing the malwares and C2 panel threat actor campaign. And actually, we can collect the hashes. For example, five icon hashes. When we have a five icon hashes, we can try to use a URL scan to find a related sample on it. So, for example, like VTrack, oh sorry, VBAC, we have the screenshot of the new one of the malicious IP addresses and malicious domain, each one related to each different C2 panels. For example, we have Amadei, Machine Juice, and Hook Bodies, Supershell, and so on, and that's a hunting purposes. And Threat Focus, actually by Abuse.ch, we have maybe the Supershell IP addresses, just copy it and put into the browsers, and you will check for availability. You can try to buy a port number, just focus on the port numbers. That's one of the most important one from here for actually each C2s have different port numbers. And using a spam house, for example, in action, that's one is a mythic, and in the screenshot it's a mythic actually. Or so actually sometimes they are hosting on the IP dynamic IP, or sometimes they are hosting with the compromised or new registry domains. And through the Hunt.io. So Hunt.io is a platform. It's a good for threat researcher. So you can have your free trial and so on. Uh, Start hunting C2s, C2 infrastructure for different kind of the C2s actually. And for example, using FOFA, you can try to find a C2 product that's on FOFA. For example, App Mythic, App Covenant, App Sliver, App Unam, Supershell, Hack5 Cloudes, Hard Hat, and Mythic Covenant, and so on. And in the chapter 5 is analyzing malware and C2 indicators. So actually, there are big connection between malwares and C2, because actually malware without communication channel, how it can steal the data and exfiltrate the data from the victim machine into the threat actor machine. So we can start analyzing the malwares to finding a malicious domains or malicious IPs. Sometimes you can do by only string analysis, basic static analysis, but in some cases you need to do conducting dynamic analysis, and then click on the process in process hackers, go to the memory, click the strings, or using regular expression to find IP addresses or domains. So actually, we can have some issue actually. Okay, especially the issue is if the C2 is inbuilt, like an NG-ROT. For example, if the C2 is hosted in compromised domain or in the new registry domain, it's some kind of a easier and smooth working to take it down, because actually we can just contact the hosting provider to suspend the domain. But actually, when mal the remote access trojan or the malware variant is built by a specific product like a Kusarat Remcaus, they are have a inbuilt C2. In this case, maybe you will only have a no IP hostess or Nigrok. So actually, if you have a Nigrok to or no IP, you can just try to contact the no IP, and so contact with the support team, then suspend the hostess, because actually no IP have a free trial. In Yeah, it maybe have a trial nowadays, because in 2011 and 2013 they have a free trials for 13 days. So actually, Droid Jack, Spy Mac, Spy Node, Dark Command, Admax Keylogger, NG Rod, Extreme Rod, they are only built C2, the C2 inside itself. That's why I put the slide uh, for some kind of a new malware analyst and new security researcher. Maybe they doesn't hear inbuilt C2, um, because actually it's some kind of hard to find a good resources and good person that back from old school cyber, and see the whole of the cyber campaign and the cyber operations strategies and techniques, TTPs actually, in the past. That's um, one of the great example actually. That's an injury rod. That's an injury rod. The C2 is available inside itself, and that's a blacknet. It's a botnet written in Visual Basic. You can just um, reverse it through DN Spy, and actually the one of the OPSEC by blacknet sample, I you can find the hosted botnet inside the code, and actually just right click, go to the entry point in the unspy. It shows the hostess with the port numbers, and that's one of the main difference actually. You don't need to domains for inbuilt C2 that available in a remote access Trojan, but actually in a modern botnets on modern C2, you have to have compromised website, compromised cPanels, or uh, compromised or maybe a new registered domain. And so actually, they are using URL house to finding hosted payload. For example, in this case, I have found this example once. It's a supershell, and it's online. And when I visit the supershell panel, it download a file, and that's a file. And actually, when I upload the file into VirusTotal, it's in the you can just click IP details and then paste the IP. Go to the relation section. You can find the related panel into. So simply, I will make a simple simplify to you. You have a executable file, okay? You have an executable file. You are applying into the virus total, okay, and go to the detail, find the IP related or server IP, paste the IP again in a virus total, go to the relation, and you can find the related C2 domain is actually. And it's a live C2 infrastructure hunting, okay. Um, so because we have a limited time, how this operation is working actually, you can try to by monitoring network traffic, investigate the indicator of compromise by using a threat intelligent platform like a virus total or URL house, and actually blocking the domain. So that's why URL house, it's a great platform for this operation actually, or VBAC. Actually, we have an example of yeah, this one. You can download the CSV file or JSON file of the all the active C2s or all the C2s that are available inside this platform, and then blocking into your firewall. So how live C2 infrastructure routing is work? For so first of all, investigate. We have a payload, domain, IPs, and then find the uh, related relation. Check for ports, file related. and actually integrate with the VT or threat intelligent platforms, no matter is a commercial or no matter is a premium, and then start deep into investigation. And the final one, actually, there are always cat and mouse game between security researcher and between threat actors. Threat actors always see a big picture and always trying to misdirect the security researcher. So you can try to build your offensive mindset and think in a big way and start in small steps and connect the dots, all the dots, and take a notes together to have a wide vision of the infrastructure. You can read a blogs, check for the network traffic is, and actually always look at blogs for by threat intelligent platforms to have a wide vision actually. And the one of the most critical point to be a great C2 hunter and great threat intelligent analyst is have experience with analyzing a malwares, because actually the malware is need a C2 and the C2 is need a malwares. So it's not make a sense forever. You just copy the IPs and paste it, go to find the feeds. You have to find the C2 by yourself, malicious IP by yourself, malicious domain by yourself, related sample by yourself. That's why you have to um, have some kind of experience in malware analysis. So I have my own blogs like reverse the malwares. There are malware unicorn, many kind of the good platform YouTube tutorials to learn some basic of analyzing malwares, and actually rely on God and start learning. Never give up. Maybe in the beginning of the operation and hunting, the stuff is not clear for you, but inshallah from time to time it takes us sometimes to get experiences and start what's the true positive and what's the false positive. And there are some kind of CTI platforms for you. You can take a screenshot of it if you want, like a URL house, thread view, thread feeds, Falcon feeds, feeder tracker, SSL blacklist, Hunt.io, Inquest Labs, URL scan, file scan, and you run Netless, Fofa, Zoom I, Kansas Shodan, and each of them have advantage and disadvantage. But actually, you just need to think big, small step, connecting the dot together, take a nut, deep dive. And thank you for having me today. And if you have any kind of the question, I am ready to answer. And that's all. My presentation is done. If anyone have any kind of the question, you are free to ask me, and I'm ready to answer your question. S-
Let me
See you,
check
Josh.
in chat if we've got any.
Yeah, in my country it's very hot. I think it's a 14.
um.
Yeah, I'm sweating a load.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I bet. I'm not seeing any questions in chat. That was
Yeah.
a great talk. Thank you so much,
Thank
Di.
you. Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for having me. Inshallah, it provides something to community.
It was great to have you,
Yeah. Bye
and
bye.
we hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, inshallah. So when I can see my recorded version of the talk to upload in my YouTube.
It should be live at right after this, so
Okay.
we'll get you a recording right after.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, friend.
Assalamu alaikum.
Shalom. Hope everyone enjoyed that. I know I did. Uh, C2s are the backbone for every coordinated attack. It's how APTs and red teams are running attacks, and the ability to detect and threat hunt for them is a requirement. We're going to take a short break to stay on schedule. Our next talk is going to be at the top of the hour. We've got Sean Behan, The Illusion of Isolation, What Air Gaps Really Protect. Uh, while we're waiting, I'll put on some music. I'll get out of the way. You can donate to the Missouri Center Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, the MCCOE, and participate in the Capture the Flag. We're also trying to raise 5,000 for the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. When donating, you'll be giving someone education and training that lives in rural areas that can't access cyber resources. Make sure to donate by scanning the QR code on the screen, or I think there is a link below. And those should be live even after the live event. Thank you for being here. I'm going to hide my face and I will be back in about 10 minutes to introduce Sean. Hello, folks. Welcome back. Our next speaker is going to be Sean Bian. Uh, Before we get into it, I want to remind everyone that we are raising some funds for the Missouri Center Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. So you can, I think, buy gear here, or there's a link down below in the description to donate to the MCCOE. That will also get you into the KC7 Cyber Capture the Flag that we have running for the conference today. Our next speaker, like I said, Sean Behan. Um, Sean is an offensive security engineer at Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, specializing in red teaming, penetration testing, and secure air-gapped and sovereign cloud environments. He holds a master's in cybersecurity and certifications, including OSCP, CISP, and GCPN. Let's welcome Sean as I give him access to come up and join me. Hello, Sean. Have to do things. Bring it up here. Also, music. Sean, I see you in here. Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
I
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
I apologize. Are you able
You're
to
good.
share the slide deck?
Yeah. Let's see how that goes. Boom.
Perfect. All right.
By any chance, does it allow you to click through it?
Okay. Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
All right.
It is
Awesome.
all
Hey,
yours.
I am Sean Behan. Thank you for attending my presentation on the illusion of isolation, what air gaps really protect. I want to apologize preemptively. I am actually in the process of moving, and I packed up my webcam already. So the picture that you saw previously is a approximation of what I look like right now. So just imagine that that person is talking into a microphone in Virginia. All right. So my presentation, the illusion of isolation, what air gaps really protect. This presentation will talk about the air gap, what it is, what it really is, and most importantly, what it isn't. With one exception, this talk is not about artificial intelligence or AI in any capacity. That exception being that I use ChatGPT to help create the illustrations in the slide deck. Um, but that's enough about AI. Let's go back to air gaps. Um, so you would be surprised how often people assume that being disconnected automatically means being secure, that the air gap in itself is the security. And I want to challenge that assertion in this conversation. Um, Now, to be clear, there is a lot of nuance in air gapping, especially if you've worked in government or banking or industrial controls. Um, we can spend hours unpacking edge cases, cross domain solutions, bypasses, really cool attack techniques. And honestly, that would be a lot of fun. But this conversation is grounded. We're staying high level and looking at it from both sides of the fence. Um, So today we'll talk about the air gap from two perspectives, how attackers will think about crossing it and how they have crossed it in the past, and what defenders can actually do to maintain the air gap's integrity. My goal is not to make you paranoid. It's really just to get you to think differently and think and to challenge any assertions about this security mechanism that you may have. Nothing about the air gap is a magic fix to securing a network. But to make you think about it as like a fragile boundary, one that demands intention, good design, and constant enforcement. Next slide, please. All right, so this is what I look like. Like I said, no webcam. I apologize. I am in the I am Sean Behan. I am an offensive security engineer, a cloud security engineer. I've spent over a decade working at a mix of your favorite cloud providers and more acronym heavy corners of the government. And I've worked on both sides of the board, offensive and defensive. I don't necessarily have a favorite, but each has their own fun challenges. Background, I know I got a prior introduction. I've got a master's, bachelor's, and some liberal arts degrees, certifications like OSCP, CISSP. Um, I am of the opinion that if your organization is willing to pay for you to take a class and give you time to attend the course, take advantage every time and boost the resume on your employer's dime. Outside of work, I'm into stereotypical things that people in our field like video games and superhero movies. Um, but I also really enjoy history. My undergrad is in history. I enjoy sports and sneaker culture. For sneakers, I've got about 50 pairs of sneakers. And yes, I do actually wear them. They're not just display. So today I'm going to combine a few of those passions, security, history, and to talk to you about air gaps and what we can do about it. Next slide, please. All right. So I'm giving this talk to challenge a really common assumption in our field that disconnected means secure. And you can think about it from if you haven't worked in this, that you say, oh, I unplugged it from the internet, nobody can touch it. That means it's not vulnerable to any issues. Um, and people can say that like it's the end of a conversation in security, but it's not. And I want to break that down. I want to talk about what air gaps really protect and what they absolutely don't, because pretending that they solve everything gives uh, gives people a false sense of security. This is also a chance to get to use my history degree in a professional setting. So this will be the second time I've gotten to do that. So I'm excited for that. Um, I promise there'll be malware and espionage and USBs and all sorts of fun stuff. So technically, this presentation is a history lesson as well. And the big thesis statement of my presentation is that time is the only thing that air gaps buy. Air gaps are part of a stronger defense in depth strategy. And if you don't implement defense in depth and air gap is your only security mechanism, then time will run out sooner rather than later. So in the next few slides, in the next slide, we'll talk about what an air gap actually is, so we can define it. Next slide, please. So the air gap, what is it? And this is at a very high level. Like I said earlier, I understand there's a lot of nuance in this design. This is the assumption that attendees to this presentation have never worked with an air gap before. So when we talk about one, we're talking about a network that is truly isolated, not just by design, or not just by policy, but by design. Um, Physically, it means there are no shared infrastructure, that there is no cables, no switches, no routers, no Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth, no RFC. There is nothing connecting this segmented secretive network to any external network. If you've had the pleasure of building something like this, it involves lots of screwdrivers and popping open towers and making sure that there's no secret cards inside your hardware to make sure that things are connected to somewhere there's not. Logically, it means that there's no automated communication between the two, that there's no syncing, no scheduled replication, no backup jobs to an external site that are automated. Um, If data moves, it does so with a human in the loop, usually with removable media. So think USB drives, DVDs, and being with the data being transferred via SneakerNet. Um, So this isn't just about how data flows, but it's also about how intentional that flow must be. Everything in an air gap should feel inconvenient by design because it doesn't communicate with anything else. So you have to really want it and you have to build it from the beginning to be as isolated as possible. Right. Next slide, please. So we've defined an air gap of a network that is isolated from every other network, but who uses air gaps? And this slide got I got 5 examples of real organizations that can and do use these segmented networks. So critical infrastructure, power grids, water treatment plants, nuclear facilities. These environments often run on legacy systems that were never meant to be connected to the internet, possibly using systems that predate the internet. Air gaps will reduce their exposure to ransomware, exploitation, and targeted attacks. And when these systems go down, the impact is physical: outages, service disruption, and even safety hazards. Another example: financial institutions. Banks often isolate their most sensitive systems. Backups, cryptographic keys, transaction cores, anything that could lead to fraud or major data loss is kept on tightly controlled or offline system. Also, crypto. So if you're into crypto and if you have a cold wallet to store your keys in or to store your information in, that can be an example of an air gapped backup. Next, industrial control systems. ICS. Now, ICS does overlap with critical infrastructure, but I feel like it deserves its own call out. These are the actual control layers: PLCs, HMIs, SCADA. They're built for reliability and uptime and not security. And that's what makes them vulnerable. Air gaps used here keep attackers from interfering with physical processors like pressure valves or conveyor belts or turbines or anything on an assembly line. So keeping those isolated can, if those are compromised, that can lead to a safety issue extremely fast, as well as damaging the business. Research. So air gapped networks can protect sensitive research and development, drug formulas, algorithms, defense tech. It's not just about keeping out attackers, it's about stopping things like leaks from occurring, from misconfigured collaboration tools or endpoint apps, or the ever-present case of somebody committing a GitHub API key. A lot of that can be avoided by putting it into an isolated network. And last, military and government. Government agencies can rely on air gaps to enforce strict access control for data separation. There are networks that they use that don't exist or that don't connect to the public internet at all. But even here, insider threats and infected media still remains real risks. Just think about some famous leakers in the past that you could just print off a page and walk it out. It is still there is still opportunities for compromise on these networks. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so the history lesson part of the presentation. I have 3 attacks that will target air gaps, and we'll go over them in we'll go over them briefly and talk about how it happened. So the first one, most famous, perhaps the most famous piece of malware to exist, in my opinion at least, not biased at all. Stuxnet was discovered in 2010. Stuxnet is a very famous worm that reportedly breached the Iranian nuclear program. It was discovered in 2010, but evidence suggests that it had been active for many years before that. And a major point of Stuxnet, and major point in the history of cybersecurity, is that this may have been the first time that malware could be used for precise physical sabotage, to actually get kinetic with lines of code and not just have malware be used for data theft or disruption. It reportedly breached an air-gapped network using USB drives, which may have been the first time that the assumption that air gaps were secure it may have challenged that assumption for the first time. This detail alone makes it a very important cornerstone in any discussion about these vulnerabilities. So what it did, this malware specifically targeted programmable logic controllers that controlled uranium enrichment centrifuges in Iran. It altered the behavior of the centrifuges, causing them to spin at damaging speeds while reporting normal operations to the monitors. So this resulted in the destruction of these enrichment centrifuges without alerting anybody. Um, Technically, uh, as as code, Stuxnet was far ahead of its time and still remains a very impressive feat. It leveraged 4 zero-day exploits, used 2 stolen digital certificates, which indicates a really high level of planning, resources, and intent, clearly the work of a nation state. Um, and its impact was so profound that it became the subject of its own documentary, the film Zero Days, what explores not only the malware itself, but also the geopolitical consequences and ethical questions about cyber warfare. And next slide, please. All right, 2 more examples. So we have Agent BTC and Project Sauron on this slide. Agent BTZ was discovered in 2008 after it infected US military systems through a flash drive. The big deal was that it didn't stop at an unclassified network. It made its way into CyberNet, which is a classified air gap system used for communications by the government. Was a really big deal when it happened, and it kicked off Operation Buckshot Yankee, which was a massive containment effort by the Department of Defense, and reportedly also led to the ban on USB devices and helped push for the creation of US Cyber Command. And I try to stay away from attribution in this presentation, but there is widely believed that this did come from state-sponsored actors. And second, Project Sauron, also called RAMSEC, was uncovered in 2016, but has been operating undetected for more than 5 years. Extremely sophisticated piece of malware designed with the air gap in mind, and every implant was tailored to a specific target. There is no shared code, no easy signatures, just clean, stealthy sophistication in the malware itself. Um, Attribution for this one, even if I wanted to disclose who it was, I wouldn't be able to because it hasn't been confirmed. Um, but the sophistication of it and the tailored access strongly suggests a nation state sponsor being focused on collection for this. All right, next slide, please. So we're done with the history portion of the talk, and we are now on to the attacker portion of the talk. What would you do if you wanted to attack an air gap? What are things that you can think about? So let's start with a thought exercise. Just think about it, type it out, do it however you want to think about this. If you were trying to breach an air gap system, how would you do it? How would you jump the air gap is what the phrase is called, and get the malware in. So even with policies and data transfer officers in place, there are still several viable paths. Number one, removable media. We talked about it with Agent BTZ. We talked about it with Stuxnet. Probably applies to Project Sauron. USB drives are probably the best way to get across the air gap, or at least the easiest. Malware gets staged on the drive, carried in by a user, contractor, IT, somebody, and gets plugged in inside the air gapped network. Stuxnet is a textbook example of this. And even when you have a data transfer officer process, sloppy enforcement or one-off exceptions can really open the door to your network getting compromised this way. Number two, insider threats. Now, these are not all mutually exclusive from each other. Sometimes they can absolutely work hand in hand to compromise. So, insider threats. Sometimes the threat is intentional, sometimes it's not. Insider threat can be either way. Um, this could be somebody trying to bypass protocol to save time, or it could be somebody being tricked. Either way, one person carrying one unchecked file could be all it takes. Number three, supply chain attacks. While it wasn't necessarily an air gap attack, the SolarWinds events and the XZ Utils events that happened earlier or last year really are starting to expose how massively impactful a supply chain attack can be. So this is what happens when something happens before a system is even deployed. If the hardware or firmware is compromised upstream, malicious code can ride in the air-gapped equipment undetected even before the air gap was disconnected from the internet. And this could be a really big issue because if you trust your supply chain, you trust your supplier is doing a good job, then if your supplier doesn't do a good job, or if they get tricked, or if the hack happens over there, you're you're compromised before anything ever happens. All right, number four, covert channels. Now we're in a little bit more of an advanced territory, but this is exfiltrating data using things like sound, light, or electromagnetic emissions. There is a researcher named Mordecai Guri that if you're interested, I definitely recommend looking up his published work or watching his presentations at Black Hat or any other cybersecurity conferences. Um, this is a person who has created proofs of concept to exfiltrate data in really, really creative ways, um, such as monitoring a blinking light. It's really fascinating. And number five, physical access attacks. So as a defender, um, it's game over if your attacker ever gets hands on your machine. Um, rogue devices, compromised peripherals, even maintenance routines can be used to install malware or siphon data. So a weak DTO process can make this so much easier. And the key message of this slide is just having a data transfer officer isn't enough. They are the gatekeeper. If the process isn't enforced, monitored, or respected, it's only a matter of time before somebody makes it across. Which goes back to my thesis statement for the presentation, is that air gaps should really be used for a much broader defense in depth strategy. Next slide, please. All right, so now we did our thought exercise. Let's go ahead and think about some other things that an attacker might need to do, some research they might need to accomplish. So here we have an attacker trying to jump the air gap, go from an unsecured network to a secured network. And this is something that these are things that they're going to have to accomplish to execute this attack. First, the attacker needs to confirm whether the target even has an air gapped or isolated network. This can come from open source intel, insider leaks, or even old design network documents floating around online. It's not going to be as easy as them landing initial access and seeing that a host is dual nicked, because if it's dual nicked, then the other system wouldn't actually be air gapped. They'd have to discover it a different way. But let's assume they found some documentation that showed that an organization did set up a disconnected network. Now they're going to look for a bridge. How is the communication or data transfer from the unsecured to the secured air gap network? How is that occurring? We talked about it a bit in previous slides of, removable media, a USB drive, or a contractor who services both sides, um, a patch software that moves between zones. So they dig around, they find it, And now comes the objective. We're talking about malware. So what does malware do? It either disrupts or denies. It can do that, or depending on motivation, it can also exfiltrate. So is the attacker somebody like Project Sauron who might be trying to exfiltrate data? Or could it be like Stuxnet where they want to destroy something? And once that's clear, the attacker can start figuring out how the environment works. What update paths are trusted, who uses USB drives, what tools can be used to transport between the networks. Um, if possible, they can also study the physical layout. Where are the terminals? Who has physical access? How long might malware need to sleep before it can be plugged in and triggered inside the air-gapped foreign network? Um, and finally, the payload. These aren't smash and grab tools. They're not just going to auto run and and disrupt and deny. They're going to be patient, quiet, and designed to wait. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but attackers will know that they might have to sit for days to weeks to months before the right person unknowingly carries that payload into the isolated zone. The air gap may be physical, but the attack plan is layered. It's methodical, and it really depends on human behavior as much as it does on code. Because that is your ingress point. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide, executing the jump. So we've talked about some research that the attackers need to do. Now let's build out what it looks like to actually carry out an air gap breach. Think of this as a kill chain, but tailored for isolation. Number one, establish access to the internet. It starts with a foothold. It could be a compromised server, laptop, anything with internet access. Or it could be an insider, somebody with legitimate access to both sides of the gap. Maybe somebody has a little bit too much information on LinkedIn and really expose themselves to a phish, or more targeted that way. Step two, infect the transfer mechanism. Target the bridge, the USB drive, laptop, diagnostic tools. Anything that makes the travel between zones becomes the delivery system. Step three, deliver the payload. The malware doesn't move itself. It can't replicate itself. It needs to wait until a human carries it across. Plugging in a drive, applying patch, sharing a device. That's when the gap is momentarily bridged. Step four, payload executes. Malware runs. It might execute immediately or it might wait. It might include waiting for a specific file, logging in with a specific user to get specific rights, or even just waiting for a day. Step five, question marks from our favorite South Park slide. Five is when the objective is triggered. Something happens, the exfiltration, the disruption, the surveillance. Sometimes it's extremely clear very quickly what has occurred, and sometimes it's subtle. It it might take weeks to months to years to figure out that you've been owned, or you might never figure it out until long after the fact. And six, profit. The attacker achieves their goal. Data is done, data is gone, systems are damaged, or a strategic advantage is gained. The breach becomes public, cleanup begins, and someone ends up writing a very fun Five Whys report if they still have their job. So if you didn't secure it before it crossed the gap, it's already too late. And that is the big takeaway for this slide. All right, next slide, please. So we've talked about attackers. We've talked about going after the air gap, things that they might look at, how they might do it. So now let's talk about securing the air gap. Next slide, please. So when we want to talk about securing the air gap, we need to shift left as far as possible, way back into the into the design documents, and actually even before the design documents. You need to really think about what is the goal of your air gap. And my argument is that the air gap can really only serve one of two purposes. It is integrity or it's isolation. And if your air gap allows data to move, even in a controlled way, your air gap is no longer about preventing remote compromise. It's now about preserving integrity despite that exposure. And this is a distinction, in my opinion, that we're essentially saying that number one, goal one, that you're trying to prevent the preventing remote compromise, that this implies that there is no connectivity, that there's no transfer and total isolation between your air gap and your on air and your networked your other network. That there's total isolation from the air gap, even from updates. No connectivity ever. And goal two is preserving the integrity of the data. You know, this implies that there is some data flow, but managed through data transfer officers, scanning, policies, that we're that there are organizations that are accepting the risk for operational functionality. With an air gap, you might think that you're doing both well, but if you're doing both, you're really only doing one well. And the more clearly that is defined up front, the more coherent your controls and architecture are going to be. Next slide, please. So let's walk through it. You're an organization. You decide that you want to build an air gap. You need one for some reason. Let's brainstorm a design process or design right now. Ask these questions about your environment. Are we applying software updates to our air gap? Do we need to bring USBs or patch DVDs across? Do your logs, reports, or exports ever leave the air gap? Does it have to go outside of it? Do you have data transfer processes in place, something that scans and sanitizes transfers? Do you have vendors or contractors that are allowed to bring in firmware, laptops, or diagnostic tools for maintenance? And most importantly, is any form of data transfer ever allowed into or out of the system, even once? And if the answer to any of these questions is yes, then you are not building for a data isolation air gap. You are building for a data integrity air gap. And that's not a bad thing, but it means that we need to design the defenses around controlled flow, not total disconnection. Next slide, please. So in the last slide, I basically said you're probably doing a data isolation air gap, or a data integrity air gap, not a data isolation air gap. Um, is isolation possible? Yes. Um, but do you want to pay the price for a truly air gapped network? Like our happy air gapped engineer right here in his little cage. Um, if you really want to isolate a system, here's what you're signing up for. You move into a Faraday cage, not metaphorically, literally. You block every signal, every frequency. Proof of concepts exist that show that there are extremely novel ways to get things out. So we need to cover all of our bases here. You burn down your entire supply chain. You don't trust anybody. Every chip, every capacitor, every mouse, keyboard, anything that you bring into your air gapped environment inside your Faraday cage, which is hopefully in a locked building that's far away with security, everything is inspected and verified by hand. Next, you write your own operating system. No Windows, no Windows, no Linux, nothing that you didn't compile yourself. Because in true isolation, we're concerned about supply chain attacks, right? With hardware, with and with the software. You don't trust anyone, not vendors, not coworkers, not not even yourself, because insider threats don't have to be intentional. Insider threat can be somebody that's did something by accident or got manipulated. You give up usability. You don't get convenience. You don't get speed. You don't even get updates without a lengthy review process. So this level of isolation is possible, but if you're not doing all of it, you're not truly isolated, and that's okay. Just don't confuse strong data integrity with airlock grade separation. Next slide, please. All right. So after the last slide, if you're still thinking about building an air gap and you've acknowledged that you might be doing it for data integrity, let's talk about some things that we can do that will make it work. First, I've said DTO or data transfer officers a couple of times. The next few slides, we'll talk about these different topics. A data transfer officer is somebody that owns every bit of data that crosses the air gap. Um, this data transfer officer is not a checkbox. It's not a shared responsibility. It's a person with real responsibility. Number two, you shift security left. You don't rely on tools at the edge to fix your problems after the fact. You need to think about air gap constraints before anything is built or packaged. And third, DevSecOps. Yes, I know DevOps and DevSecOps is focused more about cloud and moving quickly. Um, in this scenario, it is not about cloud, but we're going to apply the principles from DevSecOps: automation, reproducibility, and auditability. These matter a lot when you're shipping into something that you'll never be able to patch easily. All right. Next slide, please. The data transfer officer, the DTO. This is somebody with real authority and the ability to say no. This person is responsible for the movement of data, not just policy, but operationally. They know their networks inside and out. They know what is sensitive. They know what is not. Um, they are the final approver from an engineering standpoint and from a policy standpoint of what is going on. They own everything. If something goes in and out, it goes through them. They are responsible for scanning and sanitizing and approving everything. They get the right tools, they have the budget to get the right tools, and they have the support of everybody to enforce decisions. And for the last part, they have the authority to say no, even if the request is urgent. And I've worked in business. Everybody, I'm sure, has worked in business. Everybody's request is urgent all of the time, um, especially if it comes from somebody higher up. This person is able to say no with the support that they need to push back on these urgent requests. Because once this data crosses the air gap, you cannot take it back. You cannot roll back. It is gone. It has gone across and lives somewhere else now. Those worms do not go back in the bottle or back in the can. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, shift left. In an air gapped environment, security is not something you bolt on later because the air gap is a security decision from the get-go. Um, building your defense in depth strategy has to start from stage zero. So, step one, you define the air gap strategy before you ever build or ship anything. This includes what comes in, how it comes in, how it's checked, and what gets approved. You also define, are we building for isolation or are we building for integrity? Every artifact that crosses this air gap should be treated high risk by default. Binaries, scripts, configs, documentation. If you've ever played around with offensive security, there is a lot of ways to get around things and attach nasty bits of code to things that you would not expect nasty code to live in. So everything should be treated by high risk. Also, we tag everything with an SBOM, signatures, metadata, so the DTO knows exactly what they're dealing with all of the time. Nothing should be a mystery when it hits the staging zone. Also, we build our tool. This one is a big one. You build your tooling and workflows assuming that you will not have internet access. This includes reproducibility or reproducible builds, local dependencies, and no surprise package fetches. In an air gap, you're not going to be able to run yum install unless you're able to bring those binaries up and put them in put them up in your air gap network because you don't have internet. Um, and finally, sanitize. Sanitize everything every time. There is no such thing as a trusted source if it is crossing the air gap. Next slide, please. Thank you. Then finally, let's talk about bringing DevSecOps into an air-gapped environment. First, we want to build in a zero trust environment. This we talked about it earlier, but don't assume anything is safe by default, including your own code or dependencies. Every artifact should be verified, signed, and tracked. And if you were listening in the beginning part of the conversation when we talked about Stuxnet, this is why defense in depth is so important, because Stuxnet did have valid signatures. Um, every bit should be in a no trust environment, defense in depth. Next, ensure your builds can succeed without internet access. Also, I apologize, touched on this a little bit earlier too. Um, you'd be surprised how many pipelines quietly rely on external downloads. If it breaks inside the air gap, it was never ready for production inside. Next, use isolated staging zones before deployment. Think of these as dirty buffers or like a DMZ. Nothing goes straight from USB to production. Scanning, inspection, and approval all happen in this beta or gamma stage where you can verify that everything's good to go to enter your production air gap. Next, eliminate as many manual steps as you can. Human error is one of the most common failure points in deployments. Automate everywhere. Verification, promotion, handoffs, automate it where possible. And finally, log everything. Not just who moved a file, but what was the file? Where did it come from? What changed? Did it pass all of your verification checks? We want a full chain of custody inside the CI/CD process, just in case we need to go back and disinfect if anything bad were to happen. Next slide, please. Thank you. So to wrap up this presentation, air gap does not mean invulnerable. Air gap buys you time, but it doesn't stop an attacker. A sufficiently motivated attacker, and frequently, if it's an APT, possibly with an unlimited budget, you can slow them down, but it doesn't stop them. Number two, you're building for integrity or isolation, not both. And the faster, and if you acknowledge that in the beginning process, it will make things a little bit easier. If any data comes in or out, you're managing controlled flow, not enforcing total separation. Next, about your DTO. It's not just a box to check, but they are your last line of defense. If they don't have the tools, the authority, or the support that they need, then the whole model will break. Also, next, if something isn't secure before it crosses the gap, it's too late. air gaps don't sanitize, they just delay. So that's why you need to build that sanitization in, preferably before it even gets to a controlled zone. Which brings me to my last point, that clarity beats confidence. If you don't know what your air gap is for, it's probably not doing what you think it is. And to wrap everything up, I have said this a lot during the course of this presentation, but air gaps don't buy you security, they buy you time. And with enough time and resources, someone somewhere will find a way across, which is why you need to make it as difficult as possible. This is a battle of attrition. Right. Next slide, please. Questions? I see Rihanna had a couple. I see a question for Sean. What is his recommendation for documenting and tracking air gap risks in an environment? Um, it's a good question. I think that having a project manager or somebody would really be the best way to create this. I, I am not much of a project manager, which is why I rely on them so much. Having a really just a great system of documentation everywhere. If it's Confluence, it's Confluence. If it's tickets, it's tickets. But uh, we, the air gap should feel inconvenient, so it should be as documented in a secure place as it can be. All right. And if there's no more questions, I think that's about it. Thank you all for attending.
My mic is muted. Sorry. That was a great talk. Thanks to Sean. We're going to take a break until the top of the hour. Our next speaker is going to be Brian Contos. And if you'd like to donate to the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, the link is the QR code here or the link in the description below. Thank you. Welcome back. Got cool audio is coming through. To support the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, CyberLab Con is working to raise $5,000. For every $25 an attendee donates, your name will go into a raffle to win an awesome prize such as Try Hack Me vouchers, special gifts by content creators, and much more. It's a great organization providing cybersecurity education for rural environments or rural areas. Our next speaker roadside attraction on this Route 66 CyberLab Con is Brian Contos. Brian is a seasoned cybersecurity leader with nearly 30 years of experience as an executive, entrepreneur, board advisor, and author. He played key roles in 2 IPOs and 8 successful acquisitions, helping build industry-leading companies like Riptech, ArcSight, Imperva, McAfee, Cylance, and more. Starting his career at DISA and Bell Labs, Brian went on to lead and scale startups across global markets, working in over 50 countries. He's the author of Enemy at the Water Cooler and co-author of Physical and Logical Security Convergence with former NSA Deputy Director William Crowell. A frequent speaker at top conferences like Black Hat, RSA, and B-Sides, Brian has been featured in major media and the documentary Five Eyes, alongside former NSA and CIA Director General Michael Hayden. Without further ado, let me introduce Brian Contos. Brian.
Hello, hello. Hey, thanks so much, Josh. It's great to be here.
Great to have you here. And let me bring in your presentation.
Okay.
And then I will get out of the way.
Awesome. Rock and roll. All right. Well, hey, everybody. Thanks so much for joining my talk. I actually amended it a little bit. I was at an event, B-Sides Pittsburgh, last week, and I was talking about hacking the cloud and all this. And a couple folks came up and they said, yeah, this was cool, but are there some other things that you could add into this that where you're seeing blind spots? Because blind spots was really the focus of it. I said, yeah, there actually are, especially when it comes to kind of the wireless world, not exactly Wi-Fi all the time, but wireless in general. And then in other areas around IoT where we're seeing a lot. So I thought I'd kind of dovetail a little bit of that into this conversation too, just because people found it to be quite interesting. And because we recently put together an attack focused on industrialized robots, which is kind of cool, which I'm going to show you today. And who doesn't want to see a robot hacked? So that's why we have and other stuff added to this. A little bit of background about me. I'm not going to say too much more because that was a great introduction, but I've just been doing this for a long time, and I've certainly learned how not to do things really well. So by process of elimination, I'm slowly getting it right. Maybe in another 30 years, I'll have things figured out. And working for both publicly traded companies, private companies, very small companies, government organizations, et cetera, as both an operational role or board advisor or investor. So I've been looking at this from a lot of different angles. But currently, I'm the field CISO for Mitiga. And just a really quick overview, Mitiga is a cloud-based detection and response company where we provide a platform to allow organizations to look for attacks and then quickly respond to those attacks. And then you have other tools like Wiz that do prevention. We do the detection and the response. But we also do something that's highly pertinent to this presentation, which is the fact that we have an incident response group that does forensic analysis as well. And a lot of the stories that I'm sharing, they've been anonymized, but they're based on real cases where people have kind of come to us, hit the help button and say, look, we've had an issue in the cloud. Can you please come and help us? Can you help us do some IR? So a lot of lessons learned have been sort of gripped from those days. So high level agenda. I'm actually going to dive a little bit into history. It'll kind of be fun. I know it's a little bit different, but it maps really well to the conversation. I think this whole idea of unknowns and sort of embracing new technology, both for malicious and positive reasons will be interesting with a historical perspective. And then just targeting unknowns. I'm gonna talk again a little bit about wireless, a little bit about XIoT, a lot about cloud, and then I'll end it with some bits on mitigation. And there is some tech that you can apply for mitigation, of course, but a lot of this actually revolves around people and process as well. And then hopefully there's time for Q&A. but I'll have my email up and my LinkedIn up at the end if people want to reach out to me. LinkedIn's a great way to do it. Email, I'll try to get to it. Who uses email anymore? But it's there. I think I have like a 10,000 unread messages. But if you really want to hit me up, just do it on LinkedIn. That's usually the best. A little bit better than X and other places. Okay. So real quick, here's the history part of this. So I don't think anybody would disagree if I said we're in one of the most innovative points in human history. I mean, you can look at this slide here and see some, of course, it's not all our advancements, obviously, but from things like cave paintings 20,000 years ago to the creation of the alphabet and paper and then, movable print. And we all know these stories. But every once in a while, there's been something that kind of gives us a bit of a quantum leap. And maybe we don't even notice it at the time, but I think it's relevant to this conversation. One that I really like to talk about is 1804. So Joseph Marie Jacquard develops the automatic loom. And if you take a look at this thing, and depending on your age, or if you've read any information about history related to computer science, this looks a lot like computer punch tape or a computer punch card, which came after. And this was arguably the world's first computer, predated Babbage and any other mechanical computers. They didn't call it a computer, but it had input, it had output, it had all the things that we define as being a computing device. And it was used to make textiles, specifically blankets. And what they found was these devices running in a factory could make about as many blankets as 10 workers. And they do break down sometimes, but they don't go on vacation, they don't get sick, all the characteristics that we would think about leading into the Industrial Revolution. And they were very successful. And businesses said, hey, you know what, well, maybe we don't need 100 employees, maybe we need 5 employees, and we just need those employees to work on fixing these machines, and we can just have more machines. Of course, this conversation is happening today around AI and robotics and things like that. So it's really relevant. But ironically, and this is where the history gets a little bit foggy around this, the employees were worried. They're like, hey, man, we're going to lose our jobs to this computer. They certainly didn't call it a computer, but we're going to lose our jobs to this thing. So one night they broke in and they just smashed all of the machines. They just smashed them. And it's said that the term sabotage or saboteur was derived from this incident. Again, that's a little bit of the foggy history place. So some people say that's true, some people say it's not. But regardless, I always think it's very ironic that the world's first computer suffered an insider threat. Then we jump much further into the future, and we've got the first mobile phone. Mobile because you could bolt it to a battleship or put it on the back of a flatbed truck. And if it was turned on and I was standing this close like I am in the photo, I'd probably lose all my hair and it would cause cancer. I'm sure these things were not safe at all. But that was sort of a seed that led to probably what all of us have, right next to us within a foot or two today with all of our smartphones. And the attacks on mobile devices, of course, have grown exponentially since 1943, but they were certainly around back then as well. And then the first IoT device. Now, again, this is one of those weird history spots where there's some folks that say, but there was this kind of automated Coke machine that happened, this and that. But most people agree it was about 1989. It was an IoT toaster and basically said, am I on or am I off? And now, of course, we've got IoT devices everywhere for work, for home, maybe even inside us, who knows? But there's plenty of what I call XIoT or extended Internet of Things. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. And then, of course, very relevant to today's conversation, the latter part of the conversation is cloud. So AWS has been around since 2002. It's crazy, right? Who would have thought, right? More than 20 years old. And then it wasn't too long after that Google coming out with GCP, and then of course we had Azure. Azure was the latest one to the group. Generally speaking, AWS is still the biggest, right? I think Azure is probably number 2, and GCP is 3, and then we've got Oracle and some others. But cloud's actually been around for a little while, right? I mean, a lot of times we think of it as being a relatively recent innovation, but a couple decades, in our space, right? Long time. So let's again jump back into this to frame it for where we're going. So if we think about the history of exploitation, I like to think about the first commercialization. So let's talk about the commercialization of the sea. So the first time people said, hey, you got some stuff over here, I've got some stuff over there, why don't we stick it on a boat and trade it, right? So the first recorded trade via sea was right around 3000 BC, right? Getting exact dates on that stuff is pretty darn tough. But the first pirates were recorded until 1300 BC, right? That's a 1700-year threat window between the commercialization of the sea and an attack. When's the last time Adobe or Microsoft or anybody had a 1700-year threat window, right? So pretty crazy when people said, hey, why don't we just rob that boat? Then we moved to air, right? So John Weiss, 1859, kind of the first commercialization of air. It was a hot air balloon, and they were using it to deliver mail. Interesting idea. It crashed and burned. It literally crashed. It literally burned, unfortunately. But the first time we ever saw hijacking was 1931, right? 72 years later. So again, a pretty big threat window. So commercialization of the sea, commercialization of air. That brings us to space. Truthfully, we haven't seen a ton happen in space. The barriers to entry are pretty hard. The way satellites are designed with a dedicated device station means you have to attack one device station to get to one satellite. Unless you're a nation state and you're looking at satellite warfare, generally speaking, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But we have seen some things. But the first commercialization was right around 1962. It was Telstar. This was used by AT&T. It was used for television broadcasting. It was just a couple years after Sputnik. So right after beep, 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 we actually got a television broadcast satellite, which is a pretty interesting thing. But it wasn't until about 53 years later where we saw Trula, which is, I don't even really want to call this an attack on a satellite, but it was a satellite being used to do command and control, right? So for some bots. So there was some maliciousness happening, but it's kind of a stretch actually to cause that. But still 53 years, pretty big threat window. And then that brings us to cyber. Some of you might be familiar with the Morris worm, 1988. This is every picture of 1988 looks like this, from the haircut to the computer. But NSFNet said, hey, we've got customers, and MCI Mail said, hey, we do too. Why don't we charge them and they can email each other? What a novel idea. So the first commercialization of the internet, and Morris worm happened that same year. So we had a 0-year threat window, which is more likely what we see today. So we see this happening at an increasing rate. And this is relevant because as we add new technologies like XIoT, new flavors of wireless communication, new capabilities in the cloud, AI, robotics, on and on and on and on, we're seeing that threat window is virtually zero for everything going forward. We have no break, right? There's no like grace period, like, hey, look at this cool tech. And then somebody saying, oh, maybe 10 years from now, somebody will exploit it. It's like, look at this cool tech it's already been exploited. So bad guys love this, right? They love unknowns and they want to see you fail. I like this quote from the Joker, actually. They want to see you fail, right? They want you to follow the status quo. And a lot of this just happens to be with exploiting unknowns. Like in the cloud, for example, I got to be honest, there's certainly plenty of hacking in the cloud, but we're seeing more and more attackers are logging in. They're not hacking in, right? It becomes an identity issue. They grabbed an identity from GitHub, and they got some secrets from there potentially. And from there, they got through some other routes, and we'll talk about that later. XIoT, that's a really big one, just because there's so many. It's a very rich attack surface. So there's a lot of devices, and most of them are insecure, right? And they remain that way, and sometimes for decades, right? Somebody comes in and they set up a security camera. They've got a power drill. They connect it to Ethernet, and that thing's sitting there for 10, 15, 20 years, right? Not updated, doing what it's doing, but also maybe doing other malicious things. And the bad guys, they thrive on this. It really comes down to visibility, a little bit of apathy. But to be honest, security people, I don't find to be that apathetic. But it really comes down to visibility and maybe observability, but knowing what I've got and then knowing the issues in those devices. Some people are still very focused on prevention. And of course, prevention is important. Duh. It's chapter 1 of every computer security book. Stop the bad things that are happening. But we all know it doesn't scale. So you have to augment that with detection and response. If prevention was the end all be all, banks would just invest in bigger, badder safes. That's it. They wouldn't invest in anything else. You don't need a button to call 911. You don't need auditors. You don't need security cameras. You don't need a guard. Just a bigger safe, right? So that's kind of where we are. Attackers know that these unknowns give them advantage, and they're pretty darn good at exploiting it. So let's talk about wireless. This is a fun one, right? So as I mentioned earlier, do I mean Wi-Fi? Of course. But dear God, please don't stop at Wi-Fi when you're thinking about wireless. everything from Bluetooth and Zigbee and Z-Wave and different RFID and cellular. And there's so many protocols out there, and then versions of those protocols. There's consumer devices that we all have, like smartphones and Bluetooth speakers and video controllers, and there's malicious devices that are built too. We see the little rubber ducks, we see the flippers, and we see devices that are OMG cables as well. A great example. I'm not going to go too much into detail about all these different types of products. You can certainly Google them, but these can give you great advantage, right? And they have a lot of capability, like an OMG cable with a little wireless transmitter in there, as well as a web server embedded into some of them as well. Or taking your AirPods, right? Something that probably a bunch of us have. If you happen to see one sitting around in a conference room, you wouldn't think anything malicious about it. Somebody just forgot their AirPods, but these can be used as listening devices. A lot of Bluetooth speakers have hidden cameras in them as well. And there's even today, and some of you probably know this, I'm sure, there's security cameras that can even run with a solar panel, so they don't need power. They communicate over 5G, so they don't need to connect to your network, and they store everything directly to the cloud. So if somebody gets one of those slapped up in some location on a factory floor, an executive conference room, wherever it might be, that might sit there for a long time. And why slap up one if you can put up 20, 30, 100, right? And they're not even on your power and energy, let alone on your network. So they exist in this reality outside of what most people are monitoring. So I think everybody on this call gets it, but wireless is just a really, really target-rich area for attackers. And I wanted to cover just a couple of attacks that I think are just becoming more common that we're seeing. And one of them is called Evil Twin. And the Evil Twin's really, really pretty straightforward. This is one that's been around for a while. Essentially, you've got this user, and they're connecting to a wireless access point, and they're connecting from that wireless access point to their organization. Just like it's all supposed to work. Nothing bad happening there. But now let's play it forward. Now we've got this attacker, and this attacker is setting up a Wi-Fi pineapple, which is essentially just a really powerful wireless access point. And it has to be powerful because it has to send a signal to sort of go over the sort of the legitimate system. So one of the things it does is it's going to mimic the SSID and MAC address of that other access point, right? So the attacker is going to use this pineapple now. It's going to send deauthentication over packet over and disrupt that communication. And again, it's a more powerful signal. So after that deauthentication packet is sent, guess what? The victim now is going to attempt to reconnect, and it's just automatic behind the scenes, and it's going to go ahead and now reconnect to that attacker. That attacker now can intercept that and then forward that traffic, and now they're able to look at everything going back and forth. Very, very common attack. This has been around since the very early days, but it's so common. There's no reason to reinvent things if they keep on working, right? And by the way, you can get these pineapples. You can build your own, which is kind of like a fun little lab exercise, or you can just buy them ready-made, right? And they're very inexpensive, hundreds of dollars, not thousands. This one's a little bit more novel. This was a nearest neighbor attack. I actually like to call it weakest neighbor attack, but they didn't ask me when the internet gods named this. But this is basically a wireless attack that happens from thousands of miles away. Wait, how could that happen? Well, so we had this attacker. In this case, it turned out to be a cyber criminal organization out of Russia. And they tried to attack Organization A through the front door. And they were doing some password spraying attacks and some other things on a web server. These guys had pretty strong multi-factor authentication deployed, so it thwarted them. So they were not able to get in through the front door. Well, they didn't stop there. They really wanted to go after this group. So they looked at some Google Maps, pulled up some information. They said, hey, next to Organization A is Organization B, right? And Organization B is across the parking lot. So they actually targeted Organization B, even though that wasn't their final destination, and they found a vulnerable VPN. Okay, through the vulnerable VPN, they were able to get into that organization, just use some RDP commands to get access to a laptop. The laptop was both wired and wireless. So as so many systems are today, right? Most people don't turn off the wireless just because they're wired or vice versa. So now they're on this laptop with a wireless connection in Organization B. They use that laptop now to connect to Organization A across the parking lot's wireless network. Boom. So now they're able to get in. No MFA on that side. No MFA at all. From there, they're actually able to get access to Organization A's network with stolen credentials that they had before that they tried to use through the password spray account, which wouldn't work because they also had MFA, but they didn't have MFA coming in through this side. Now, eventually, Organization B got wind that, hey, something's happening in our VPN. They cut access. That didn't stop these guys. They found another organization, I think it was like on the second floor of Organization B or something. They attacked Organization C through the exact same attack and got bit back into Organization A. So a lot of persistence, right? This is a very persistent attack. This attacker really wanted to get into Organization A. So there was some higher level of motivation. This definitely was a very targeted attack. This one had so much publicity, it was in the news for quite a while. These guys had access for a long time. This type of attack, you can maintain persistence and evade detection for months, sometimes years. So it's really a great way to get in. We'll talk a little bit about more of that on XIOT as well. Okay, hacking XIOT. This is really the fun one. Everybody loves this stuff. By the way, there's a lot of labs online. I think everybody in security, special pen testing, should get very familiar with XIOT, but it's a lot of stuff, right? Unless you physically have a nice lab where you can put stuff in and find it cheap on eBay, which we do find a lot of things on eBay and we do buy them. But there's a lot of physical stuff. So this is something where, labs online make a lot of sense for this. But what we're seeing with XIOT is, first of all, there's so many connected devices. Depending on whose stats you read, about 125 billion devices by 2030, right? 70% of all devices will be XIOT. If you take another look at this, there's about 3 to 5 devices per employee. So a company of, let's say, 10,000 people, that's 30 to 50,000 XIOT devices. If you say who manages those, it's like the end of Spider-Man. They're all pointing at each other. Is it the network team? No, it's the security team. No, it's facilities. No, that's an outside contractor. Well, they're all right and they're all wrong. Nobody's taking responsibility. And again, this becomes an unknown, and the bad guys know this. Everything from, so we've got some APC UPS systems, we've got smart racks, printers, which are by far the most promiscuous of all XIOT devices. Connect to me via Telnet, via SSH, via FTP, via TFTP, wired, wireless, Bluetooth, use my ink. They are promiscuous, much more so, because they want to make it easy to connect to them. Then you've got, smart switches, you've got physical security, you've got security cameras, which are probably one of the most voluminous. You've got iDRAC and things like that for lights out management. Then you've got your PLCs, what you might call OT devices as well. And there's a whole area of that. That's even a more specialized area. Voice over IP phones, and the list goes on and on and on. But one interesting example. So probably a lot of you are familiar with Shodan. Shodan's a great way to find, XIOT devices that happen to be accessible over the internet. So the very first thing up here on the top left, we have APC UPS. So last time I went on Shodan and I did a search, I think there was several thousand APC UPSs that were accessible via the internet just in the United States. Okay, and that number is always going to change, right? If you go worldwide, it might be a much, much larger number. I'm sure it would be. What's the use case for having your APC UPS completely exposed to the internet? I'm probably going to argue that usually it's a mistake. Just to have it out there. But maybe there's a case, but I think it is a mistake. Are there some honeypots out there pretending to be a APC UPS? Probably there's some of those. I don't think there's a ton, but I think there are some of them. But there's still a lot of those. Now, here's the other thing. If you do a quick Google on the default password for an APC UPS, you might even guess what that might be. It's APC for the username, lowercase. It's APC for the password. I've never seen an APC UPS, which is the most common UPS in the world, that doesn't run with the default APC. In fact, we have a running joke in the company that if we ever find one that actually has changed the password, excuse me, if we find one that has changed the password, we'll buy everybody in the company a steak dinner. Needless to say, we've been eating a lot of chicken. Everybody runs this stuff with the default, right? Which means you don't need to hack into it. You just need to log into it, right? And that's the case for a lot of these things. You just find out what the default password is, and a lot of the times that's kind of what it's running. Or the password was changed once at the time of installation, and they used the name of the bank that they drilled it to the wall for example. So lots and lots of devices. Of course, I can't fit them all on the screen, but as you can surmise, this number is growing, not shrinking, and it's a great target for attackers, a great place to maintain persistence, a great place to evade detection. Because if I get access to one printer, why don't I just get access to 10,000 printers on your network, or 1,000 or 500, or however much you have in your organization? There's big fat hard drives in there. I can use those to access other systems. I can use those to do malicious things. And at the end of the day, these are Linux servers. That's all they are. They're running Ubuntu, they're running BusyBox. On the OT side, they're running a real-time operating system. They're not running things that are hard to figure out. They're running common protocols. They're running TCP/IP. They're, again, wired, wireless, Bluetooth, all these ways to connect. And some of these cases, like these security cameras, they're just as capable as a laptop. They're a Linux server that just also happens to have a camera. In a lot of cases, they're more powerful probably than your laptop. We're working with a casino, and these guys have, as you probably know, casinos have a ton of cameras. And somebody had detected that, hey, our power bill is really high this month. Now, I don't know what the power bill is at a casino. I'm guessing it's pretty high. But I'm guessing if they see something that's even higher than that, something really suspicious is going on. So what they had figured out is somebody had hacked into their Linux cameras. They installed crypto miners, and they had been using the cameras. Again, think of it as Linux servers. They've been using these Linux servers that happen to be a camera to mine crypto. And as we all know, that's power intensive, and that's how they detected it. I would have loved to say, hey, the security tool caught it, or this audit, or this. No, it was the person that was looking at the power bill said, it's really high, right? A lot of things actually get detected that way. Again, they're specialized hardware and software. They're all network connected almost always, even on the OT side. In fact, on the OT side, I would say they're hyper connected because they have all the common things like TCP/IP, wireless, wired, Bluetooth, but they also have some older stuff like serial over Ethernet. And then they have specialized things like Modbus and DNP3. So they have lots of communication protocols, both old and new and proprietary. Again, common operating systems, a lot of white labeling, which is really interesting in this space because you might find a vulnerability on a printer, and guess what? That exact same code was used on the voice over IP phone. And that exact same code was used on the physical card reader system. So a lot of white labeling. Very limited security. You're not installing firewalls and IPS and anti-malware on these devices. They don't operate in that way. And then again, from a management perspective, when something happens, a lot of people aren't taking responsibility because it hasn't really been clear who owns these. So here's some of the big issues we see with those. A lot of them default passwords. So for example, about 50% of the time, they're default passwords. So if we use that number before, 3 to 5 devices per employee. So let's say we've got a company, 10,000 people, they've got 50,000 XIoT devices. 25,000 of those have default passwords. That means 25,000 Linux servers in your environment, people can just log in. That's kind of a thing, right? Now, let's say they change the password because the password was APC, but now it's APC exclamation point. Well, the firmware, most of this firmware is about 6 years old, right? 6 years old. Just think of your smartphone, right? If you had an app on there that was 6 years old, I doubt it would even work. So some of this stuff is so old, it's not working. 26% of it is end of life. It's not even supported anymore, which honestly, I thought that would have been higher when we initially started researching this. But still, a quarter of your devices are end of life. That's pretty bad. We usually don't like to operate with too many end of life devices. And what does that mean when it comes with a whole bunch of end of life and old OSs? Of course, high CVSS scores. 50% have a level 8. Another 18% have 9 or 10. So you've got 70% roughly of your devices operating with an 8, 9, or 10, which, as most of you know, means you need 0 to very limited skill to remotely compromise a device and get full administrative access to it, right? So as I said, eBay is a great place. You can see a rack behind us where we have a bunch of little OT devices that we're doing in this exercise, which was kind of fun. But we found this Fanuc robot, and we're like, hey, let's hack the robot. And none of us had ever done it. And if you ever have the chance to get a Fanuc robot, they're absolutely fun. The first thing we had to do was push-ups because why not? It's awesome. But these robots are multi-purpose. You can use it in batch manufacturing, discrete manufacturing. You can use it to make Volvos, make bleach, poke holes, paint, whatever. They're so cool. And we actually had to mount it to the shipping container that it came in. It was quite heavy, but it's really cool. So let me show you. I went ahead and built this little demonstration here. So I'm controlling it right now. We've got this wired. I'm physically wired into it right now with this command. Right, old remote control cars that you would get, the really cheapy ones, that you could go like 6 feet because it was connected to a wire. The same thing here. So it turns out it's really easy to make it be rough. It's hard to make it be delicate. So we said, hey, can we have it just come down very gently, touch the top of a can? Don't destroy it. Don't punch a hole in the floor. Don't make the company that's below us upset that we just knocked down their lights, but be very gentle. So we said, what can we do? So that's one way to manage it, through this controller. You can also use PLCs. We've got a Rockwell and a Siemens up in that rack, and we can control it through that as well. But we said, hey, let's just take it by default and see what we can do. We had everything plugged in that said to plug in. We said, let's ping it just for the heck of it. And sure enough, it responded. Okay, so it picked up via DHCP. It grabbed an IP address. Okay, that's cool. Well, what else does it have? So we just put this IP address into a browser. This is so funny. And boom, it's running a little web server. Given the web server looks like it's right out of like 1993, but good enough. It's very basic. It's probably what you would expect by logging into an industrial robot. And again, so now we're logged into the robot's web server. And as you saw, there was no authentication. And we're just saying, oh, tell us about you. Oh, this is my version of software. This is when I was updated. Again, we just did a very, very vanilla install. We wanted this to be like what it would look like right out of the box. Oh, and I can even see active programs. Well, that's cool. So let's bring up this programs. There's the program we wrote in ladder logic called CAN-LS. That's where it very gently comes down and touches the top of the Coke can. It's pretty straightforward. These are just parameters. This is X, Y, Z access, how fast to move, what angles, things like that, what you'd expect. So it shows us what programs run. Okay, that's kind of neat. So we can find out quite a bit. Oh, this is called a remote pendant. Well, that thing you saw in my hand, that's called a pendant. They have a virtual version of that. So I can actually log in and do everything, well, pretty much everything, 95% of everything that I could do with that big wired physical device. Well, that's cool. So I'm checking out some of the network parameters. Okay, nothing special there. Oh, FTP. Anonymous FTP? So you're telling me this robot has an anonymous FTP server? That can't be right, right? So we went on to the FNUC's publicly available documentation to say, hey, is this right? And sure enough, it is. And it says right here, if you see anonymous username, you may be able to connect through FTP without credentials. No way. There's no way we're going to be able to FTP into this thing with anonymous FTP. So let's try it out. I'm sure this is absolutely going to fail. And this is completely a typo. And there's no way we're going to be able to get into this at all. Oh my God, we did. So now we're going, okay, we can FTP into this thing anonymously. No credential, just like we did on the web server. So I'm just doing a little directory listing. Okay, that's good. And everything's a big flat file system. There's no hierarchy here, which is kind of fun. But there's the file, CAN-LS, that one that we looked at before. Okay, but there's no way it's going to let me do a get, right? I'm not going to be able to download a file. Oh my God, I did. So I was able just to actually grab that file and download it to my laptop because it allowed me to get a file. So there it is. So I'm going to use this hacker tool. It's really cool. It's called Notepad. So I open up CAN-LS in Notepad, and there's the ladder logic. So there's the program CAN. I'm going to modify this. I'm going to call it CAN crush. And one variable, I'm going to change the Z axis from 205 to 305 millimeters. That's it. Nothing crazy, nothing special. Change the name, modified one variable. And when I save it, I'm just going to save it as the new name. I'm going to call this CAN crush. And then it looks for files with the extension of LS, but I don't have to do any special formatting beyond that. That's it. So now on my desktop, I was able to download the operational program, and then I was able to modify it with my hacker tool, Notepad. And now I'm going to try to put it back up, but there's no way it's going to allow a push. Oh, it does. I can actually put that file back up. And sure enough, if I do a directory listing, there it is. There's CAN crush, and there's CAN, the original, that was on there. Okay. So what did I do? I accessed the file via FTP, downloaded it, modified it, re-uploaded it. But now it's just sitting on the robot. It's not really doing anything. It's just a file on the robot. Big deal, right? So let's validate that it's showing up. Okay, there it is. It's one of the programs on there. We see up on top under program, it says CAN crush. Okay, that's cool stuff. We see when it was modified. And there's that variable we changed to 305. Cool. Okay, that's good stuff. But the robot's still not running that, right? So I want to be able to tell the robot, this is the program I'd like you to run. Well, these robots get rebooted a lot to clear out cache, and they reboot really fast. So one of the things I can do is I can go into default program. So it's called dfprog, right? Pretty easy to understand what that might be. And I'm going to change it from can to, you guessed it, can crush. That's it. Now that will always be the default program that runs. So if they reboot the robot once, they reboot the robot a million times, of course, it's always going to come up as can crush. And it's actually a really fun robot to reboot because you'll see it. It's a lot of cool flashy lights on that pendant box. That's that physical controller that we had before. And it's really quick. Real-time operating systems, clear and reboot super fast. And that's all it took. What was that, 5 seconds or so? It does the reboot. Now, when the robot runs, it's going to be running with this new program that we set in there called Can Crush. So as you might surmise by the title of the program, instead of touching it oh so gently, it's actually going to crush the can. And by the way, this is way more fun than it should have been to do this. And then we actually wrote a program to make the robot dance because, dude, if you have a robot, you're totally going to make it dance, right? So here goes the little dance at the end, just to. So now this is a very obvious attack, right? If somebody modifies something from building something to destroying something, you're probably going to see that very quickly. But let's say this was making a gear, right? And it was sanding that gear, and that gear is supposed to be 4 millimeters thick, and it made it 4.05 millimeters thick, right? Just slightly thicker. It might pass QA, right? Because it's 100th. But over time, it's going to cause more friction, and it might break down. And if that goes in a vehicle or a tank or some kind of machine, over time, it's going to break down. And that could have catastrophic impact. So again, this was an example of quote unquote hacking a robot. We didn't really hack anything. We logged in. There was no creds. And we made some modifications. And by the way, this isn't an attack against Fanuc. This is how it comes default. You can actually add more security to it. But it's just so common. It's such a common device out there. That's why we wanted to use this one. They're actually really cool, really capable devices. Okay, so we talked about a couple unknowns. We talked about the wireless space, and now I want to get into a little bit more of the cloud stuff. So malicious actors love the cloud, just like they do wireless and they love XIoT. So you've got an actor that maybe gets into your environment, let's say GitLab, right? Everyone's running GitLab. And they find, oh, here's a system, and the system has some secrets in there, maybe some passwords, maybe some tokens and some database information, whatever secrets I get. Now I can use that to go through your environment, get access maybe with single sign-on through Okta or whatever solution you might have in place. Now from there, I can get access to Slack. And once I'm in Slack, I can read a lot of probably very sensitive information within your organization. Maybe get up into your productivity suites like Google Workspace. Set up a forwarding rule if I wanted to. Maybe from there, get access to some S3 buckets, exfiltrate data, so on and so forth. What makes the cloud so powerful is the interconnectivity of it, right? But also what makes it a great place for attackers to go after is the interconnectivity of everything. So if we want to hack the cloud, here's a very simple example. This is GitT. It's a lot like GitLab, right? So I'm just going to use Metasploit for this. It's a really basic example because a lot of people are like, well, you can't really hack the cloud. Yeah, you absolutely can hack devices in the cloud, and there's zero difference. So I'm setting up an account as you're supposed to on GitLab or GitT. Nothing special, just a regular username and password that I'm supposed to create. Then I come over here to Metasploit. I'm running my console. I'm going to say use this specific exploit. It's going to use this exploit going after this particular version of GitT. I'm not even in the same instance. I'm running a completely different one. I'm going to set up a reverse tunnel. So I set my remote host. I set my username to the username and my password to the password that I used when I created the account that didn't have any special privileges tied to this exploit. I'm going to go ahead and check it. It says, yep. In fact, version 1.16.0 is vulnerable. So I'm going to set my local host to the system that I'm at for doing my attack. Again, this is all Metasploit stuff. This is very simple, very straightforward. Set my URI host, et cetera, et cetera. Then I'm going to say, show me all the details. Boom. This is what our attack's going to look like, and type exploit. And it was done. And if you've used Metasploit, there's no aha moment there. But now we're able to compromise this device. We've got a reverse TCP channel. So now I'm going to do some things. Get my UID. So I'm running as Git now, right? So that's cool. So now I have much more elevated privileges than whatever my user account was. Now let's get an interactive shell going. What's my host name? Okay. Who am I? Okay. I'm still Git. That's awesome. Let's go to the root directory. Okay. I'm in root. Let's do a directory listing. Okay. Great. Oh, they've got some SQL here. Let's do a SQL command. We'll from GitT. We can pull out all the installed information. For example, we can come in here now, we can make modifications if we'd like to the tables. I can use just all the regular SQL commands. And if I wanted to, I could grab all the email hashes from here, take those, run them through some tables and do some cracking as well. So it's that easy. So just because it's in the cloud, it's not necessarily secure. And of course, folks on this call are well aware of that. But the SaaS mesh marketplace is actually, again, the big problem. Like we showed the connectivity of everything. One of the customers we worked with was using DeepSource. So it's just a security tool that they connected through GitHub. It's a great tool. There's nothing wrong with it, but it did get compromised. But after they connected it to their system and they're saying, okay, let me play with this, they're like, this isn't really what I want. And they just moved on. But they never disabled it. They never took away any of its access. So even though they weren't using it, DeepSource still had access to their repository in GitHub. Okay, well, fast forward a little while, DeepSource gets compromised. And the attackers that compromised it said, oh, what else do I have access to within this environment? Oh, it looks like I have access to a lot of customers that never remove their access to DeepSource. Okay. And because of this, now they could download all the information that was in those repositories, some of which contained for this customer sensitive source code and secrets as well. So GitHub notified them of this attack. And again, this was weeks later. And they got hit pretty hard. This was a major disruption to operation. They had to go through very expensive audits. It changed their insurance rates, everything, all because of something very benign. A developer that does what developers do, test out a new tool, and then said, this doesn't work and moved on, but forgot to remove access. And because of that, a compromise in one area of the cloud connected to their sensitive data in their repository. So this happens all the time, unfortunately. Another thing is AMIs. AMIs is a real interesting one that we come across. So Amazon Machine Images. So we'll talk AWS here. Let's say, I want to run an old version of Windows like 2008 that's been end of life for 6 years. And AWS isn't going to support that from an AMI, from their own AMI. But you can get Amazon Machine Images built by Amazon, and you can get Amazon Machine Images built by third parties. And I don't want to say anything bad about it. There's a lot of great AMIs. Like these are purpose-built to be awesome web servers or awesome MongoDB backends or whatever the case might be. So they've really been optimized and they work well. But just like we talked about earlier, the exploitation of sea and air and space and internet, the bad guys took advantage of this as well. And you go to get an AMI, maybe you don't get one from Amazon, maybe you accidentally grab one or purposely grabbed one from a third party. Well, this particular customer said, hey, I wanted Windows 2008 R2 for whatever reason. I don't even know why they needed it. But Amazon said, we don't have that version. It's end of life. We don't support that. Oh, but there's some other AMIs here that do, and they grabbed that. When they grabbed it, it actually had a crypto miner built in. And a lot of folks that operate crypto miners do it in one of two ways. It's the tortoise or the hare. So when it comes to the hare, they say, look, you're going to find me soon. So I'm going to run as hard and fast as I can, mine as much as I possibly can until you kick me out. Other folks say, you know what? I'm going to do the tortoise, right? I'm going to grab a few resources here, grab a few resources there. So instead of a smash and grab, I'm going to be a little bit more sneaky. Well, the fact is in these environments, usually it's not one group that monitors the whole system and uses all the resources. So when it comes to billing, if you see something that increased by 10%, 15%, 20%, you might not necessarily notice that, right? So here's Office 365. This is or Microsoft 365, I guess. Here's an interesting one. When we get called in to do IR, when you're doing IR in the cloud, the first thing you do is look at logs. You're not going to go ahead and call up Google or Amazon or Microsoft and say, hey, I need your hard drives. I need to make a forensic image and do some analysis. They're going to laugh at you. That's just not how it works. But there's some issues. And this is using Microsoft as an example, but there's a lot of organizations that work this way. So by default, Office 365 gives you 90 days of storage. Yes, which isn't enough, but still 90 days, okay. But you only get access to 7 days of those via API. Days 8 through 90, you actually have to write a PowerShell script in order to grab it. And it's intentionally throttled, which means a month of data takes more than a month to get. So when somebody has an incident and they call you in, they say, hey, we need to do some forensics. They just don't have the log data. There's nothing there. If this thing happened before 7 days ago, your chances of getting that information is close to zero. We suggest to our clients, and what most organizations are doing today, is about 3 years of storage. And that's across cloud infrastructure, SaaS, and all of your identity applications. And don't stick it in a SIM. That will break it. You got to use a distributed data lake for that, or it's just going to be too expensive. You got to pay egress costs. But we can get more into that offline if anybody wants to talk about strategies for doing that. But The takeaway here is you should have at least 3 years of storage in the cloud. By default, you're not getting a lot. Take Slack, for example. We all use Slack, but if you're just using regular Slack, you get 0 logs. It's only when you move up to Slack Enterprise that you can even get logs, right? Or somebody that's just using Amazon, they go, oh, I've got CloudTrail or maybe GuardDuty. Well, that's great. First of all, there's a lot of different variables you can turn on and off in there. But the other thing that you have to be aware about is there's also DNS, VPC flow logs, Elastic Kubernetes, and other things that you need to be logging as well. So Office 365, this compromise occurred, and we don't know how they got in. Why? Because we only had 7 days of logs and 90 days of which that we could try to grep out some information via a PowerShell script, which was just ridiculous because it's so horribly throttled. But they got in and they set up some email forwarding rules. Again, this is very, very low tech, right? So they set up an email forwarding rule. So they always got a copy of all the emails that were sent out from certain individuals. And then they set up email filtering rules so that their targets wouldn't see that this was happening. And they went further to create some fake domains that kind of sort of looked like the organizations they were compromising. So this is a pretty standard attacker in the middle. I'm going to receive a forwarded email. I'm going to send that out from a fake domain that kind of sort of looks like the other domain. And then I'm in the middle of this circular communication path for all communications coming and going. It's a very powerful place to be. Well, in this case, they were an attacker in the middle between for an auction house, a law firm, a buyer, a seller, and an authenticator. And this attack went on for several months. And why? Was the juice worth the squeeze for them? It is. It resulted in a $15 million wire transfer. Now, we were told after the fact that they got a bit of this back. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they got 5 million back, 10 million, 14 million, 900,000. I don't know what they got back, but they got back some of it, but they didn't get back all of it. But what are we talking about here? Email forwarding and email filters and a little bit of time, a little bit of focus. So quite easy. MongoDB, super, super common, right? So we're seeing a lot of forms of extortion now. We're seeing traditional extortion, double and triple extortion. Okay, what's the difference? That almost sounds like something from a comedy. What's this all going to be? But what we see that is as soon as somebody turns something up in the cloud, it's automatically going to get scanned. So Amazon has about 100 million IPv4 addresses, and they're constantly being scanned for things like, oh, do you have a MongoDB installed, right? And when people get hit by ransomware, historically it was, hey, I encrypted your database. Give me a Bitcoin, and I'll give you a key. You can get it back. Then it said, hey, I encrypted your database, but before I did that, I made a copy of it. So give me a Bitcoin to unencrypt it, and give me another Bitcoin, and I'll delete all my information. That's double. Triple says, I encrypted it, I stole it, and I'm going to go ahead and notify everybody and disclose that you were attacked unless I get 3 Bitcoin or something. I'm just using Bitcoins as a very simple example. So these guys did. They got their MongoDB popped. They said, hey, we encrypted it and we stole a copy of it, and we want some money. They said, okay. And they were nice enough to tell them during this attack, by the way, which I think was pretty funny. You can see this on the left a little bit, but they said, hey, by the way, we know you can't pay a terrorist organization, and we're not regulated by OFAC, so don't worry about it. We already checked, and you can pay us. So they're very nice about that. And what happened is their MongoDB was bound to 0.0.0.0. So if you're not familiar with this, it's just like any rule on a firewall. Anybody could connect all interfaces, any IP, and they got access to. So in fact, they did. But what we found out from the developers was, yeah, this database was attacked, but this was just a test database. It's okay. They can encrypt it. They can burn it down. It doesn't matter. It's not going to have any material impact on us. Then one of the developers said, yeah, but if they took a copy of it, we actually used our production data when we did the test to make it easier. So yeah, they had a test database that was okay to burn down, but they were using real production customer data. So when we came in, what we found though, even though the attackers said they stole a copy, as you might expect, it takes a little bit of infrastructure, network, storage, processing, if you're going to steal the data from a large database. It didn't happen here, right? So there was no breach. There was nothing to disclose. They could just burn down that database because they already had the data. They didn't pay anything to the attackers. That were very nice to say they weren't terrorists, but it was a good lesson learned for them. Hey, in the future, man, let's anonymize our data. Let's not use that production data in there. So real quickly, as we wrap up here, I know we only had a couple minutes. So when it comes to mitigation, so wireless and XIoT, it's a space called wireless airspace defense. You want to be able to look at Wi-Fi, but also everything else. You want to be able to know what's going on in your environment. So you've seen movies where people are like scanning for bugs and checking in lampshades. There's solutions out there that can actually detect the existence of these types of things applied in your network, OMG cables and other listening devices and video devices. This can be very binary in a government institution. Commercial, it's a little bit harder, but you might have an executive briefing center that you want to make sure, hey, there's nothing listening to us. That flat screen TV, no mic or video turned on, that sort of thing. On the IoT side, XIoT, you want solutions out there that are actually going to be able to not just discover your devices, but update the firmware, patch those devices, harden them, rotate credentials, right? And there's solutions out there that can help with that. On the cloud side, when it comes to cloud, again, 3 years of data and logs for CDR, right? You want to be able to look across your identity providers, your cloud providers, your SaaS applications, your productivity suites, all of that, and store it. And a good way to do that is in some kind of distributed data lake. Don't do it in a SIM. They weren't designed for this. It's too expensive. You'll make Cisco very happy with all your Splunk stuff. But in addition to the technology, you want to be prepared in terms of a cloud detection and response process. Do I have an IR plan? Do I have somebody on retainer? Do we have our own IR group that works with them in some type of hybrid process? I'm not going to go through all these stats, but the gist of it is, if you're prepared for this from a people, process, and technology perspective, your mean time to identify and mean time to contain come way, way down. And this is what you need in the cloud, again, because of that mesh. Attackers don't care about your business unit, that this group manages this part and this one another. And finally, mitigation in the cloud. Turn on logging. You have to have logging turned on. You should be optimizing your systems, and you should be able to review that with some cloud experts to say, look, if I turn off DNS logging, I'm going to save a lot of storage. Yeah, but I can't find things like Tor exit nodes, crypto mining sites, and other malicious things that I might need to be aware of. Do I really need Elastic Kubernetes? Do I really need VPC flow logs? The answer to these things is yes, right? And you don't just want the log data. You also need alert data from things like the CrowdStrike solutions that are running in the cloud, so you can pull the alerts based on what's happening in the workflow. All this information needs to be contained. So prevention is important in the cloud, but you want to augment that with detection and response. And it's not just having a platform or some technology, but also people and process, just like you did for on-prem. And with that, here's my email. I know we just about hit time, and I don't think we'll have too much time for extra questions. And you can hit me up on LinkedIn as well. Always happy to chat with folks. And that's my presentation. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate your time.
Brian, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Let's checking the chat real fast. A lot of chat. Looking for questions. No questions.
Okay. Yeah, and if anybody wants to hit me up as well, just Brian Contos on LinkedIn. I think I'm the only one. There's some other guy. He's like a heart surgeon or something. He doesn't matter at all. But
not him.
You can just find me. I'm the non-heart surgeon, Brian Contos.
Excellent. Brian, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, everybody.
It's been an honor. Folks, we're going to take a little break, and then we will see you at the top of the hour for our next speaker. And that's going to be Mark Kamen. Let me get my face out of the way. up next, we have Mark Kamen. Briefly, want to remind everyone we have the virtual escape room, donation of $1 or more, or volunteering in the Discord will provide you a link. You can donate by scanning the QR code, I think over there, or on the side, or finding the link in the event description below. And then I'll say some nice things about Mark. Mark is the founder and CEO of Night Eagle Security LLC, with expertise in GRC security operations, incident response, and cybersecurity awareness training. With experience across multiple industries and roles, he's committed to making cybersecurity advisory services accessible to all. Mark is active in national security efforts through InfraGard and Fusion Center partnerships, and regularly shares insights through speaking, teaching, and thought leadership. At this conference, he'll be presenting practical strategies to improve engagement and effectiveness in cybersecurity training. Without further ado, let me bring Mark up. Hey, Mark, welcome.
Thank you.
Are these the right
Yes,
slides?
those are me.
Excellent.
Those
Does
are me.
it give you the option of like clicking them at the top here? Or am I the only sick?
No, I got it. But
Perfect.
You know what? If I forget about that, just please keep me honest. So yeah, Josh, thank you.
No problem.
For everybody, yeah.
Over here. I'll
We'll be over here. All right. All right. Well, if my video is choppy, I do apologize. But at the same time, I try to speak in very non-technical terms. But at the same time, understand I am a technical person. So, and this is something that I'm incredibly passionate about. So if I start getting too technical in what I'm saying, someone please throw a comment in the chat or throw the high sign or something and let me know that you're not understanding what I'm saying. So to kind of jump this off, anybody who's done cybersecurity awareness training, particularly with KnowBe4 or some of the other online awareness training platforms, you've heard this misnomer, for lack of a better term off the top of my head, of training the human firewall. Well, why I say this is a misnomer is because continually in cybersecurity, as far as breaches, incidents, and other cyber-related events, we continually see the weakest link in the cybersecurity attack chain or kill chain to be humans. One of my favorite cartoons, I believe it was Non Sequitur or something, that you have a boxing ring and it says in this corner we have IDS, IPS, antivirus, firewalls, all these network appliances, and in this corner we have Dave, meaning human error. So truly, with what I see as a practitioner in the field, training the human firewall, I literally have to ask the question: is you're joking, right? You're joking, right? Because obviously something that we're doing in our training methods is not stopping attacks from being successful. So the misnomer and the idea that you're training people to be a human firewall is not a adequate representation of the outcomes of our awareness training. A little bit about me. Like Josh said, I am the founder and CEO of Night Eagle Security LLC. I have taught Security Plus training. I sit on the advisory board for the Computer Information Technology Department, cybersecurity discipline uh, at St. Louis Community College. I also work with um, nonprofits, as well as, again, the FBI's InfraGard program, the uh, St. Louis Fusion Center, as well as the Missouri Information Analysis Center, which is the Missouri state level fusion center. And those were set up by um, they were set up post 9/11 to coordinate intelligence between the different governmental agencies, whether it be Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the Secret Service, the NSA, the CIA, what have you. But the fusion centers are the hub for collecting and distributing intelligence out there. I am a lifelong student. One of the things that I love about cybersecurity, working in cybersecurity, working in IT in this field, is the fact that I get to continually learn. I get to learn something new every day, and we have to keep learning every day because we are dealing with a landscape that changes sometimes daily, hourly. So nothing is static, nothing is stagnant. It all comes with a uh, proposition that I get to learn something new for the rest of my life, or at least the rest of my career. When I stop learning is the day that I start becoming irrelevant to the industry. And I am probably one of the world's biggest nerds as well. I've got the cargo shorts to prove it. And um, it's a wonderful proposition. And then also the fact that I get to help train the next generation is a great honor to me. And coming to conferences, and whether it be virtual or in person, and being able to share my experience with you guys is an awesome thing. I love it. So we're gonna talk a little Sun Tzu. I like I said, I am the world's biggest nerd when it comes to this stuff. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Anybody with military background has probably heard this. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. And if you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. That is our world, folks. That is the world of cybersecurity. If we don't know what our environment is, if we don't know what our environment looks like, and we don't stay up to date on what methods our adversaries are using, then we are going to fail our mission. We are going to fail at being able to be secure, and our ability to be resilient uh, after a cyber attack. Being secure does not mean we don't experience a breach or that we don't experience cyber events. It means that we are able to protect critical information, the crown jewels of our environment, so to speak. And let's be real honest, the crown jewels um, that we are protecting, that is information. Information is power. Information is key. If we don't have information, we have no power. We have no value. So the value is in the information. What is our data? What is our critical data? What are the mission critical assets? So we have to know all those things, and probably one of the biggest topics that I hear a lot right now in the industry is coming up with Data classification. We don't have it. So data classification is going to be a major topic currently and something that we need to safeguard. So we need to be able to safeguard our data um, in doing that. So the butcher's bill, for those of you that don't know, again, history, um, war against Napoleon. Um, Napoleon's adversaries would always ask after a battle, what's the butcher's bill? All right, what are our losses? Well, according to the IC3, that's the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center, for the last 4 years, we've seen an uptick in total complaints. So how much cybercrime is being reported to the Cybersecurity Complaint Center? Uh, Last year, 859,532. That's up 33% from the last year. Cybercrime is not going away. Cyber attacks are not going away. Adversaries are not going away. We need to make sure that we are training our people how to not necessarily stop these attacks, but what to do when they do it. One of the things that I learned very early on in my career working in a SOC is, I was the guy that everybody loved to talk to because I did really awesome, cool, amazing things with a computer. I worked in the SOC. I was Mr. Security, and everybody wanted to know what is it you do? How do you do this? How do you catch these people? And I became the person they didn't want to talk to as soon as my name and face showed up on their Teams or WebEx or whatever platform we were using for internal communication. As soon as they saw my name, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. No, I didn't do that. No. So being able to communicate with people in a non-threatening manner is definitely a skill that we need. And we also need to make sure that we are using them as teaching opportunities, not a gotcha game. So why are our training methods not working? Well, if you've ever watched somebody do their cybersecurity awareness training videos and all that, we all love them because of the fact that one, we can minimize the screen right down here at the bottom right hand corner, put our headphones on, and we can work on other things while we listen to it. And it doesn't really matter whether or not we interact or engage with it because the quiz at the end of the module gives us unlimited attempts to pass it. And as long as we get a passing score, it doesn't matter. We're done. We're good. So it's really, watching people do this, is there any question or any wonder why we're basically making ourselves ineffective in our awareness training? All right, so we're not engaging our users. Our users aren't engaging with the material. They're not being shown what their stake in the game is. And they don't have the ability to ask questions, ask for clarification, because they're too busy working on something else while they're doing their training. They're not engaged. We are making our awareness training ineffective from the get-go. So if you look at it if you kind of think of this from like a military standpoint, we've just made our soldiers combat ineffective due to inadequate training, inadequate awareness. And so on. So is there really any question why this isn't working? It checks a box when it comes time for compliance auditing. Yeah, we have awareness training. Is it role based? Okay. How well are you doing? And then we're sending out phishing simulations. Phishing simulations are great. I love the confetti. Who doesn't love confetti when they click the report phishing button, and it says, hey, congratulations, you do that. You know how to do that. But how many times are users trying to figure out whether or not something is phishing? They're afraid of using that report phishing button because they think somebody's going to yell at them if it's not really a phishing email. I personally, working in a SOC, I have analyzed well over 10,000 phishing emails in my career, and I have yet to yell at a user for reporting a phishing email that turned out to be a legitimate email. You get a reply email from me saying, hey, this is legitimate, but you may want to pick up the phone and call to make sure that they really meant to send this to you. So, verify, 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 is truly where it all comes down to. You know, just because I get an email doesn't necessarily mean it's coming from that person. So, training people, okay, first thing we should do, report it as phishing, and then also pick up the phone and call somebody. If it's coming from Ted at Home Depot and you're a contractor and you see an email from Ted and it doesn't necessarily sound like the way Ted sends it, hey, is it gonna hurt anybody to pick up the phone and say, hey Ted, you know, I got this email from you. Did you mean to send this? Is this really did you really mean, is this really did you really send this? Is this you? So again, we've made people afraid to ask questions because we're either making them feel dumb, or they're afraid that we're going to belittle them or make them feel less than by our response. you know part of our job in cybersecurity is to grow and develop positive relationships, and that's not just with vendors, that's not just within the cybersecurity community, but that's with everybody. Take the mysticism out of what we do. you know I can teach anybody to detect a phishing email and look at email headers. Okay. Do they necessarily have time to do that with every email? No, that's why they have a report phishing button on their email client, right? So, let's kind of look at this from a SWOT, or strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Okay, well, the strengths of this is, trainings. The strength of this is, hey, at least we've got some kind of training. It's not necessarily, statistically speaking, it's not very effective training, but it's still some kind of training. Something is seeping in upstairs. And users are completing their cyber awareness training models. They're reporting the phishing simulation emails. Okay, they're getting the confetti. That's great. But the weakness is when it all comes down to it, they're not using what they've learned. We've made them afraid to click on that report phishing button, or they're trying to figure it out on their own and possibly not making the right judgment. So making them unafraid of the SOC team. Hey, we're not out to get you. We're not out to threaten your job, and we're definitely not going to make you sit in a room and complete your initial cyber awareness training just because you did something wrong. More and more people, we hear about people losing their jobs because they do something that causes a breach, something to happen out there. Opportunities, some of the best opportunities, reintroducing the human element. one of the services at Night Eagle Security that I offer is I will come on site to you. I can do a virtual webinar to where I'm in front of somebody and I can explain this, and we have people that can explain these things in a way that the layperson can understand. I can tell you all about X frames and packet headers, payloads, and all this, and people are just they're like, okay, great, yeah, where's the quiz at the end, right? But hey, this is but breaking it down into non-technical jargon for them to where they can understand, to where they can ask questions. Because honestly, non-technical users, they are asking questions. They're just not asking the right person questions. And they're afraid to ask those questions because again, they think their question is going to be dumb, or they're going to be berated and belittled because they don't know this already. But also, if we need to, if you're a, if you've got 30,000 locations, honestly, I can't be in 30,000 different places at once, and I definitely cannot hit 30,000 locations in a year's time. Just doesn't happen. Okay. But we need to evaluate and constantly reevaluate the effectiveness of our current training models, because obviously if we're successful and we're seeing good reporting of phishing, we're seeing our SOC numbers are our SOC metrics are showing that, hey, we've got people reporting email all the time. We've got people asking questions. They're following processes and procedures. They're following policies. We don't have people that are trying to install shadow IT and their own home router, just to improve uh, their Wi-Fi signal, in their desk area. We don't have people you know, installing their own software, just because they like it better than something else, or they need something and it takes too long for them to get the okay to install that. Um, how are we, are we effective? Is what we're doing impacting our organization in a positive upward growth? If not, okay, we need to change something. And sometimes it can be something very, very, very drastic. Threats, it, I can go all day. I could go all day on this one. Threats, because we have an ever-changing threat landscape. The threat landscape is, honestly, it is the New Jersey Shore. It's the Jersey Shore, and I can tell you that because new stuff washes up on it every day. And a lot of these things are things that we may or may not have seen before. So basically, if we have an ever-changing landscape and those threats are changing daily, weekly, monthly, by the time a curriculum and a training module is created for that particular threat, we've moved on to the next thing. The latest and greatest is now something new. So by the time we're training users on it, it may not be relevant or valid to the threat landscape anymore. So, one step forward, two steps back. Well, we're, inside, as a defender, as a cybersecurity defender, as a network defender, we're pretty much at best, we are one step behind a threat actor. And sometimes threat actors are miles ahead of us and we're fighting to catch up. We have so many different things going on at one time that we aren't able to cover them all. I know we have a lot of people out there that are using um, managed service providers or managed security service providers, and they do wonderful jobs. They all do a wonderful job at protecting the environment, which then makes our training of our end users even more important because they don't have access to those trained, skilled security personnel in house. They have to pick up the phone and call somebody, and then they have to possibly wait in a queue, a phone queue to talk to somebody. Well, and that could be anywhere from 5 to 40 minutes. And I don't care what department you work in, majority of those people don't have 40 minutes to sit on the phone in a call queue to a managed service provider for support. It's just the way it works. So I don't really have a slide for this, but how do we fix this? Again, we take the opportunity to evaluate our existing training methods to see if they're effective. If they are, great. If they're not, we as CISOs, as ISOs, as SOC managers, whatever, whatever our role, we need to either recommend to the higher ups or start planning into our budget a means of effective cyber awareness training. Um, one of the big things I tell a lot of my clients, one of the best ways to engage end users is engage Cybersecurity Awareness Month, the month of October. There are, you don't have to pay for, big elaborate things. There's stuff you can put out there, but engage in those activities. Put up in a, put have an awareness table up in the break room during lunchtime, you know, for a couple hours. You don't necessarily have to put out swag and do all this and do all that stuff, but at the same time, give them, be present with them, talk to them. You know, it's simple as, how can I help? What are your pain points? What are you seeing in your work? You know, with the notion of building those relationships. Take the mysticism out of what security practitioners do. Yes, we are caffeine loving. We live off. As a cybersecurity practitioner, I live off of three things: coffee, Reese's Pieces, and energy drinks. That's my diet for my workday. We and we are the guys that, well, I don't want to say guys, but we are the people. We thrive. We're kind of like mushrooms. We thrive in dark spaces. We don't sit in well lit, bright rooms all day long. The majority of the light that we get is from a computer monitor or a set of computer monitors. And yes, I do think if I spend too much time in the sun, yes, I will burst into flames. But taking the mysticism away from what it is that we do as practitioners, and building relationships with users that we are there to help. We're not the police. We're not out to get you. We're here to help you. We're here to make sure that you can work and that you're able to do your job in a secure, safe environment. The other side of it is we have in cybersecurity and training, we're training practitioners solely in the methods of digital security, online security, network security. We're paying very, and physical security is kind of a sidestep or an afterthought. You know, a lot of it is because we've moved away from on-premise solutions, on-site solutions. We don't have a 30,000 square foot data center on site anymore. It sits in a cloud environment. So training our users about physical security is not as important as it used to be, where we talk about, physical access controls, man traps, the double doors, where you have to, the airlock system where you close one door closes before you can open the second door to get into where you need to go. We've gotten away from that, but still to this day, how can, if somebody gets in and somebody didn't lock their computer and, somebody sits down and starts getting into a terminal or a workstation because we don't have physical security in place or physical access controls in place beyond the lobby or even from the lobby to the work areas, that's a cyber issue. With that being said, let's go ahead and we can jump ahead to the contact us slide. Yes, this is me, Night Eagle Security LLC. I am in the St. Louis, Missouri area. If you would like to follow the Night Eagle Security blog, we have the web address there. If you are a organization looking for some information about services or need services, please email here. Or if you prefer to talk to me on the phone, there is a phone number there that you can reach out and get in touch with me. And with that being said, we've got Josh, I think we've got about 17 minutes open for questions. I think that should be plenty of time. Are there any questions in the chat or anything? I don't really know how all this works.
Huh.
Oh,
Hey, should I just join you over here?
yeah, no, I didn't know if we had any
Yeah,
questions come up.
got this one from Rihanna.
Oh, what was your inspiration behind starting your LLC? Well, I've worked for large companies. I've worked for I was a contractor for a managed service provider. But one area that I saw constantly lacking were the nonprofits, the public sector, the mom and pop businesses who just had no IT budget. I mean, nobody had these small businesses that are, I mean, a single breach will put them out of business. A single incident, not even a breach, but a single incident could potentially put them out of business. Um, getting scammed, do whatever. So working with those those small mom and pop businesses, uh, or you know, uh, organizations that don't have a $1 million budget. So my inspiration was, somebody's got to help them. They need it. Somebody's got to be there to give them a fighting chance. Seriously, that is really what the inspiration for Night Eagle Security LLC was to make those services available, because I've seen vCISO services, VISO services, uh, consulting services. I mean, starting prices for them is anywhere from $150 to $250 an hour, and I guarantee you, the mom and pop store, uh, in the historic district, you know, that they may be fighting to make payroll next month. They can't afford, a $100,000 a year managed service contract. They really can't, but they can afford, to have somebody come in, maybe quarterly, and or at least help them establish a posture, uh, of best practices. They may be able to do that for, you know a couple $1,000s. So truly, there is an underserved market out there, and making the services affordable and providing those services to people. I don't have to, I learned my business model that I use. I'll be real honest. They always say, somebody has always said it better before you, and unless you can improve on it, steal from them. I was a student of Jack Taylor and Ross Perot. For those of you that don't know who Jack Taylor is, he started a little company called Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and his business philosophy was take care of your clients, or your customers, whatever you want to call them, but take care of your customers, take care of your employees, the profits will follow. I can't think of any better way to run a business than to make your customer base, your client base, your number one priority, then take care of your people, and to where they have job security, they feel valued, they feel respected. um, when I was coming up out of high school, Enterprise Rent-A-Car had a 3-year waiting list for their management training program. Jack Taylor started a management training program, with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. They had a 3-year waiting list so basically they had a waiting list to get on the waiting list to get on the waiting list to get into this program. And it was a highly sought after management training program, because of that business model. So that's kind of the way that I want to emulate. And Ross Perot did the same thing with EDS. Was, hey, I'm going to take care of you. And it's funny because I heard a story about EDS. Every table had 5 chairs, but only 4 people could sit at a table in the cafeteria during lunch, because you never knew when Ross Perot was going to come downstairs and sit down and have lunch with you. How awesome is that? When the CEO is going to, you could potentially have lunch with the CEO at any given day. And he would do that. And he would choose a different table every time he came down to sit at, with all new different people. And that's okay.
You got to follow
What instrument did I play in band, and do I still play? Uh, no, I do not still play. I played clarinet, alto, tenor, and baritone sax in
Nice.
in in the band. In uh, concert band, I played clarinet. Jazz band, I played uh, either tenor or baritone sax mainly. Um, and I would I I would love to be able to re-engage with playing music. It's actually funny because my oldest son plays everything. Literally, he plays clarinet in marching band and wind ensemble. He's played tenor sax, but my absolute love for him is the fact that he is self-taught. He is a self-taught guitarist. He taught himself to play the guitar. And other family members have taught who play guitar have taught him various things as well. And he is actually a very, very skilled guitar player at 16 years old. So I'm glad that I was able to pass that love of music on to him at least. So yes, yes, woodwind player. I would love to pick him up again and play it and start playing again. It's just I need to find somebody. I need to find a group to play music with because it's always fun to play more. It's always more fun to play music with a group than to play solo all the time.
That's so true. So true.
So yes.
Awesome.
Um, so yeah. But again, anybody watching that hasn't asked questions, is if there's anything that if there contact information's up there, please reach out if you need services or want services. I appreciate everybody. Josh, thanks for the time. If you have questions, do you have questions? Anybody else have questions?
Um, I don't see any more in the chat. Mark, thank you so much for being here.
Pleasure.
That was a great
My
talk.
pleasure. Yes.
For those who are tuning in, we'll take a short break. We'll be back at the top of the hour for Jeffrey Krakenberg. Thanks, Mark.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Cool. Bring up this, and I'll see you in a little bit. Jeff, I see you there. I've got your slides here, unless you've got updated slides that you can share. Awesome. Then, like I said, I'll put on some music. We'll take a break, and I'll intro you in a little bit. You can donate to take part in the virtual escape room, participate in the KC7 Cyber CTF, or grab some swag and join the Cyber Speak Labs Discord. Here's the QR code up here. Boom. All right. I'll get out of your hair for a bit.
Hello. Let me pause this music and double check that I am making noise. Good. Excellent. Our next speaker is Jeff Krakenberg. Before I introduce Jeff, I've got to mention it's not too late to buy your conference swag. Half of the CyberLab proceeds will be donated to the MCCOE, the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. You can find all available pieces of swag by visiting the storefront in the description of the live event below. And then our next speaker, roadside attraction, is Jeffrey Krakenberg. Jeffrey's a pretty great guy. I've heard him speak before. Jeffrey is a technical training and security researcher. He has a career goal of spreading his cyber awareness and knowledge to others. According to his LinkedIn, Jeffrey enjoys teaching students and discussing about vulnerabilities. Let's welcome Jeffrey. And then I press this, and Jeff joins me up here. Welcome.
Hey. Hi.
How's it going, Jeff?
I'm doing all right. How is the stuff on your end?
Going great.
I'm
double
great at
check.
talking to people.
Can you access the slides here?
Let
At
me
the
just-
top of like this big window, you should be able to like click through.
Yeah.
Excellent. Sweet. Then I'm gonna get out of your way and let you do your thing.
Okay.
I'll be here if you need me.
I'll yell if everything breaks.
You don't need to yell. I'll be watching.
Oh, okay, good.
All right.
All right. Hello, Internet. My name's Jeff Krakenberg, and I am a bit of a cyber goblin. I got described as that recently, and I'm trying to own it because it didn't feel like a compliment when I first heard it, but I'm trying to work it into a compliment and use it. But what I mean by that is, like was said, I'm a technical trainer, a security researcher. I do some consultant work. I'm also a gamer, author, game designer, and a giant Dungeons and Dragons nerd. So if any of that vibes with y'all, you can find me online either as Jeff Kraken, Abandoned Free Wi-Fi, or by name. I'm on LinkedIn as Jeffrey Krakenberg because I was feeling official when I set that up, apparently. But today we're going to talk about digital certificates. So I don't know who all is watching or how familiar y'all are with digital certificates. So we're going to start out with a general overview with some help from our friend Bill, going over what a digital certificate is or why we even care about them and why most people don't think about them. Then we'll get into some failures that we found on the internet, a couple of small-ish websites that had some issues go down that we were able to get in fixed. And since I make fun of other people in this with their fails, I will talk about my own flounders when it comes to digital certificates. I always hate poking fun at others without giving y'all something to laugh at that I did. And then last but not least, we'll wrap up talking about digital certificates again, and maybe a way that we can do a little bit better with them. But if you guys aren't familiar with a digital certificate, the most common analogy out there is that your digital certificate is like your driver's license. I'm not the biggest fan of that analogy. We'll get into why later. I like to think of them as a special type of file that identifies a resource cryptographically. I like to think of them that way. I also realize that that's a mouthful of long words, so maybe not everybody can remember that, but I like that term because a digital certificate can identify a bunch of stuff. It's not just your website. It can be a computer, a user, server, printers, access points, firewalls, pretty much any digital resource in some way could be identified with a certificate. I even use I always feel weird including this because I don't know if everybody knows this, but if you're ever doing a little bit of ethical hacking, that's always a funny term, right? Pen testing or red teaming, you can trick Active Directory into thinking you're a printer with just a digital certificate and a little bit of spoofing. So that is a reason to think more about them, if nothing else, from the security world. Another way to think about them as an example is a name tag. Like I've got the silly one up on the slide. You sign your name. right? And then someone else, like, I don't know, GoDaddy.com, signs that you are correctly identifying yourself. And yes, if you're not aware, the company that had the incredibly questionable ads throughout the 20s and 2010s, GoDaddy.com is a major player in the game of website trust. We won't get into why in this talk, but I just think it's funny. So why does this even matter? Because a lot of y'all probably go on the internet every day. I would hope that's how you found this, is by going on the internet. So anyway, but the reason this matters is when you access a website, your browser is referring you to a server. That server is giving you the site. In accessing the site, you are trusting that the server is who they say they are. Even if you're not directly trusting them, you're indirectly trusting them because your browser could be trusting the digital certificate. And if that certificate is incorrect, invalid, or malicious, you could be unknowingly wandering into dangerous territory, right? Personally, this comes up. Another reason why I like digital certificates is I access a lot of remote machines. Right? Most of them are legitimate and the configurations are saved, whether that's through scripting or something like Putty, right? But some of them are just virtual machines that I create in the cloud on something like DigitalOcean that only live for a few hours and then they've gotten their job done and I'm never going to access that again. So, like the meme with some terrible text overlay says, I'm only ever pretty sure that something that I'm accessing is my server. And a digital certificate is just a quick way to double check ownership of that resource, right? So if we're talking about the internet and you were running a company that had a website, your website should have your digital certificates. If I'm doing an assessment or any kind of work, my resources should have my certificates. Your website shouldn't have my certificate on it. That would be a major compromise. And my resources shouldn't have yours on them. It's a very common thing to mix up, though, if you're not being careful, or if you're just not paying attention when you click buttons. But we would never do that in IT and cybersecurity. We're always very careful when we press buttons. Anyway, now to pressing buttons. So I mentioned that our friend Bill would be helping us out, specifically from the Pokemon universe. If you guys aren't familiar with the series, I'm calling back to the older games, not the newer ones, because I don't have Nintendo money available every day. But in Pokemon, one of the major goals, if you guys haven't heard the catchphrase in a while, is just like, gotta catch them all, right? And I don't have very deep pockets to hold a bunch of pocket monsters, so we have to send them somewhere. And in the Pokemon universe, originally, when your inventory was running full, you needed to send your excess Pokemon to storage. And you might need to access someone's PC to do that, right? And I don't know about y'all, but I don't trust someone with my pocket monsters, right? And in this case, a digital certificate could help identify that someone as Bill, so that you know that your Pokemon are somehow going to be stored in boxes on Bill's PC. That way later you can log back in and get your bonus Pikachu from Bill's PC and force evolve it into an angry electric cat mouse. Anyway, really important question in this though is very simply, should you trust Bill with your Pokemon? Regardless of your thoughts, I don't know how deep the audience in this, how deep y'all are in Pokemon lore, but regardless of your thoughts on Bill and his habits, he is a Pokemon expert, right? He just wants to maybe be a Pokemon for a little bit, but he is a Pokemon expert. So you could maybe trust Bill with the idea of Pokemon or even with your Pokemon sometimes, but in the case of Bill's PC, there isn't like an overarching body in the Pokemon universe that is handing out digital certificates. They don't have their own GoDaddy.com, fortunately. So Bill has to create the certificate for Bill's PC. and that is what is sometimes called a self-signed certificate. And these must always be manually trusted. That means that unless you script something semi-malicious on a redirect, when a user browses to Bill's PC in the real world, they'd get a warning like website insecure or website untrusted. And I'm sure all of your users are not like the ones that I've dealt with in the past, where they would see that warning and they would read carefully and ask for help. But no, users are probably going to ignore that warning and hit advanced and then continue anyway, or advanced and then accept the risk. Or on the other side, you're going to get a million calls to the help desk screaming that the world is ending because they're seeing an error that they've never seen before. So self-signed certificates come with their own issues in that. We're not going to dive too deep into them today. I'm going to get to the fails here in a second. But just be aware that if you are going to start working with digital certificates, if you haven't before, this is something that you'll run into where you trust your stuff. But as soon as you have somebody else try and access a site that you set up with your own trust, that's when it can start to break down, which is why we use people like, I don't know, unfortunately, I don't know, GoDaddy.com. So, all right. Hopefully y'all are ready to fail a little bit, or well, not fail, hear about a failure. So, I do technical training, I do security consulting and all of that, and I won't specify where, but a while back, I was having a discussion about digital certificates, right? And I asked for an example of a workplace appropriate or classroom appropriate website, and I was given homestarrunner.com. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that name or the logo. If you aren't familiar with it, congratulations, you come from probably a better part of the internet than me, at least a more friendly part of the internet. But when we opened up that cert, we could see something called a subject alternative name, or a SAN, which is a way to hold DNS information. I won't get too technical on that. This is more of a funny thing to talk about, but that subject alternative name is a way that you can have your digital certificate apply to more than just one site in the case of an SSL cert, as you might have heard it called, or a website certificate. So in this one, it had the standard homestarrunner.com. It had www.homestarrunner.com. And then it also had webmail.homestarrunner.com. So I know two of those might be familiar with y'all. If you don't remember, www is for the World Wide Web, and before modern browsers, we actually had to manually type that in to be able to go places. So I did a quick tangent there, but I do want to say exclusively or explicitly before I move on, I'm not saying that having your webmail, because that's the one I'm going to focus on, I'm not saying that having your webmail on the same certificate as your main page is a vulnerability, right? That's not necessarily a vulnerability. However, when it leads to a vulnerable login, that's something that maybe we should talk about. All right, side note, this was reported multiple times going back a couple of years, and everything I'm going to mention today has been fixed, unless you go off on a, no, I'll keep the tangents light. But this stuff has been reported, it has been fixed, the documentation is there, so like don't worry about anything. I'm mostly worried about talking about that stuff. But, so, vulnerable login, if you guys haven't used Roundcube before, it's a fairly simple, relatively easy open source webmail platform that you can set up in just a couple of minutes. And after the reporting, after the poking, we found authentication via what I would call modified defaults, in that they took the default password and added an exclamation point. And then we also found multiple internal email boxes, which again, not the end of the world. If you guys are familiar with homestarrunner.com, most of what they use their email for on the client side is so that you can email questions to a guy that does questionable drawings of dragons. But there was some stuff that was actually found that did need to be addressed. First up was some weak session cookies and a known vulnerable library back in 2024. And this isn't like the most cool stuff about this. This is like if you guys ever had a double layer cake that had like the creamy filling on the inside, this would be like the creamy filling. It wasn't the best find, but it was a pretty good inclusion to just be like, hey, remember to update your stuff. The icing on that cake, though, was a redirect. Specifically, it was a redirect running on an alternate HTTP port that uses the window.location.replace method to redirect through JavaScript to another URL. That was a lot of really heavy technical stuff in this very meme and joke filled presentation. So if you don't know what any of that means, essentially, an attacker could use this to fish people into thinking they were coming from Homestar Runner, or as like an attacker in the middle situation if they were able to throw some infrastructure in the way. So that is just a neat thing that I'll always point out because folks tend to forget. I think it's been mentioned a couple of times in talks throughout the CyberLab Con that developers will sometimes run things once and decide that they didn't like it and then not kill it. But that really resonated with me when he said that earlier. But so that's kind of what happened there. The issue here, just to like plainly say it before I start making fun of somebody else, is a general misunderstanding of what a certificate authority does, or a CA, certificate authority. If you're on the web, that would be somebody like GoDaddy.com or Google Trust Services that are signing and verifying your certificates for you. But there's a misconception there sometimes which can lead to these issues. Mainly, if you're requesting a certificate for your web server, you're going to send some information over, right? Specifically, your public key and your certificate information. And then the certificate authority is going to verify that you're the legitimate owner of the domain and that your information is formatted correctly. They are not going to explicitly verify to see if you're exposing internal resources, to see if your internal resources are vulnerable, or to see if you're a legitimate entity and not a double-blind LLC set up out of Montana. But that is only really an issue when we're talking about smaller teams or lack of visibility sites where you don't necessarily know what's going on at every step. So if you include something like your webmail, that's not always an issue, but it can increase the attack surface, right? Especially if the webmail app is outdated or misconfigured, which in this case it was, or if the login page was accessible to the public, which in this case it was, or if brute forcing and phishing attacks could be attempted against email users, which it could. So there's a bit of risk involved in that. And the main time I've seen this come up is when you're working with small sites where it's the web admin is the person who does everything, right? They've got a laptop that's overloaded with a ton of different files that they don't even remember where it came from, and they're trying to click all the right buttons without breaking things. And there's no real help there for them a lot of times. Or if you're like building a site that's just fun and going to be on the internet, and you don't think anybody's going to look too closely at it, and then it blows up over a decade. So when that happens, the certificate request a lot of times, if you guys haven't hosted a website before, is usually just a checkbox or a $7 monthly fee through some of these platforms. And then once you've checked that box or sent off the information, the certificate authority is going to verify the domain, sign and send it back, and then you'll take that certificate and install it on your web server. And the issue that really comes up here in this is that there is nothing to verify that the certificate is good outside of it just looking correct, which can be annoying. Like if you consider something like a lookalike domain, right? Webmail-homestarrunner.com is different than webmail.homestarrunner.com. But to the human eyes, they can look the same at a quick glance, which is why we need to do more stuff on the back anyway. They can look the same at a glance. So if somebody were to send a public key and a lookalike domain to a certificate authority, and that same person were to register that lookalike domain, so they were the valid owner of it, the CA is going to verify the signing request and they'll verify the domain registration. But what they're not going to verify is the legitimacy of the individual unless you ask for that. There are like higher tiers of certificate validation you can get. But in that case, you could get a certificate that looks correct, is trusted by a public entity, and then, I don't know, pretend to be Strong Bad, the guy that drew the Trogdor the Burninator, and target legitimate users' webmail as if you were that entity. So that is the core issue there, really, is miscommunication or a misunderstanding of who does what. The certificate authority is only going to verify what you ask them to verify in most cases. So that's my my first failure that I like to talk about in this case. The second one is a little bit different. Um, Instead of talking about the fun online platform that some of us grew up with, I'm going to talk about a software support company and a little bit of backstory. I have known two people that worked there. I have told both of these people to pass along these issues since my emails were getting returned to sendered by the company. So that's always fun. I'm sure I'm not the only security researcher that's had to deal with that before. But the initial concern on this one, it was like I said, a software support company, and they had some forms on their site that were publicly accessible, right? Those forms are no longer publicly accessible. They also had a service running that was vulnerable, and that service has been updated. This was reported back in 2022, and then again at the start of this year for another issue that's been since resolved. But to get into it, if you guys check out the little screen grab there, this is an not secure site, right? So if you ever browse to a website and you get this warning, be careful. Essentially means that it's anybody in between you and that site could potentially read your stuff if you're not careful. And just to be clear, this was not downgrading. This was not redirecting. It was not failing to do HTTPS. It was just in the year of our Gourd 2025, a HTTP site that users were accessing, right? So it wasn't like something malicious had happened. It was just an oversight or a misconfiguration that needed to be addressed. And if you ever run into this in the field when you're seeing HTTP instead of HTTPS, my go-to is to just do HTTPS, right? If at first you don't, try again. And in this case, if you force HTTPS, you will find a legitimate site and you'll be greeted by a warning, because just like Bill's PC from earlier, the certificate is self-signed. So you do not by default trust that site, which is good in some cases. However, one of the things on here is HSTS or HTTP strict transport security. It's set to false, which in this case makes sense, but that is something that can help guide people to HTTPS, and there are some good implementations of it, although like all internet protocols, it's not perfect. But in this case, it was set to false so that the people trying to get to the site that is hosted on HTTP did not end up at the site that is hosted at HTTPS, which is, after accepting the trust, because you have to do that manually, a VPN login, or not explicitly a VPN login. It's a system called WatchGuard. Is redirected to the .shtml file for that. And this was an insecure implementation of a mostly secure system. I'm not here to talk about WatchGuard or make fun of that software or service at all. I'm just talking about digital certificates. But the original version found in this had several functions exposed without proper validation that could lead to some fun web hacking stuff if you had the authorization to poke. So that is what was kind of hiding there, right? If a regular user just browsing on the internet went to this company's site, they got access to the form they needed or the information they needed to get. But if somebody forced HTTPS, even if they didn't know where they were looking, they would end up at this login. Just like before, we've got a core issue here that we can really plainly lay out. If you guys aren't familiar with HTTP specifically and the reason why you don't want to use it as a protocol a lot of times, we had users that were submitting data to forms. And like I said, this has mostly been resolved from what I've been told and seen. So when the user submitted data to the form, it was done in clear text or plain text. This is an old security issue. I am always shocked to still run into it. Sites using HTTP without the S. The information sent in plain text originally in this case was customer name, address, contact information, comments, requests, and sometimes account information, depending on what the user entered, right? And kind of like I mentioned earlier, anyone between the user and the HTTP form or the web server could find a way to read and access that data. So there is a definite vulnerability there with those forms. But on a more security or malicious side, there's a second issue when you consider either unintentional or intentional malicious users. Exposing your VPN login through your cert is similar to exposing your webmail through your cert. If something is wrong, it can become a problem, right? You're just increasing your attack surface, and with cert scanning tools, it's not the hardest thing to find anymore. But again, not inherently an issue, but it could lead to an attacker gaining access to your local network, right? So I've got a malicious user up at the top. As I always say, we can tell he's malicious because he's got a hat on and he's unhappy. And we don't want the malicious user getting onto our local network. We've got good security controls in place. Maybe we even got good physical security in place so they can't just sit outside the building and join the Wi-Fi. But we've got something keeping them from joining the local network directly. By having that login site, we're adding a vector that they could use or a path that they could use to access the local network. But on the other side of that, I've dealt with a lot of users that are security focused, that are trying to do their best. And if y'all aren't familiar, a lot of browsers now allow you as a user to force HTTPS regardless of what the web server is configured for. That can lead to failure to connect. It can also lead to website insecure warnings. And in this case, if a legitimate user was trying to get help, but their browser forced them onto HTTPS instead, they would just end up at a login form that they couldn't do anything about. So it would just leave them on the wrong page, essentially. All right, so I spent about 20-ish minutes making fun of other people, so I'll spend a little bit of time making fun of myself in this. Now, I don't have any images really, whether they're grainy or appealing or funny for this one, since it was internal to a company that I worked for, but I can talk about it because I know the person who did the misconfiguration, and I stripped out all of the identifying details. So, P.S., it was me. I did it. So the things that we're about to talk about are personal failings when it came to trying to be better about digital certificates. Specifically with firewalls, two of the main things that I have run into and seen a lot of people run into online is working with certificate formats, as well as trying to automate and it not going well. So first up on that, certificate formats are nothing new. Not all systems use the same file formats. Not all systems use the same encoding formats even. And if you are dealing with a mixed environment, that can be annoying. Like in this case, I was dealing with both Windows and Linux systems. But unfortunately, I wasn't the one to make the certs, just the person to request and upload them. So I would regularly get the wrong format. And there are a ton of workarounds for this one. If you're in the realm of Linux, you can use the Swiss Army knife that is OpenSSL. If you're in the realm of Windows, you can use the overpowered PowerShell. And you can fix this on your own. There are also plenty of other ways to get this to work. Or you could do what our SOP at this job said and tell the ops guy to redo the cert because he messed up. Yeah, that was the SOP. So there are ways to fix this if you're ever dealing with a certificate that is the wrong file format. It's not the end of the world, but you have to be aware of it. Otherwise, you could get some failures, and I have gotten those failures. The bigger flounder that I had trying to figure out was automatically configuring firewall management through something like Puppet. If you guys aren't familiar with Puppet, it's essentially a way to automate some stuff perfectly, other things kind of, and a lot of stuff maybe, as long as you know what you're doing, in my case. And this only really became an issue when we were trying to automate the firewall management of the certificates. I'm going to say that kind of strangely, but we had several sets of firewalls and servers that existed in a non-local data center. So I'm going to say for simplicity that we had two, firewall A and firewall B. And we wanted to write up a deployment that could quickly pull and apply new certs at scale. So the instructions were supposed to be really simple. Pull firewall A's certificate, apply firewall A's certificate to firewall A. Pull firewall B's certificate, apply firewall B's certificate to firewall B. Not the craziest thing, but if you're still learning Puppet and you try and do this on your own, someone failed to update the source when doing a little copy pasta from the instructions for firewall A to the instructions for firewall B. And these chunks of code that I've got circled there, they shouldn't be there. They don't need to be there. That's where some of the errors are. It was left over from when the first firewall was deployed. This person, me, tested it on one firewall and it worked perfectly fine. So then they, me, moved on, right? So the highlighted portions I like to refer to as redundant, bad, and kill it, because essentially what was happening was firewall A worked fine because firewall A got firewall A's cert. But then the other firewalls were pulling information from that as well. So firewall B ended up with both firewall A and firewall B's cert in some cases, which made it so that nobody trusted the firewall. And a lot of times you can't access a website if you don't trust the firewall in front of it. That's a bit of my flounder in the realm of firewalls and certificates. There's this really cool thing where I had like 15 slides that I was going to go into about how we could do better, specifically in the realm of time-based controls for digital certificates and how we can avoid things like brand impersonation or domain hijacking. A lot of this crazy stuff that can happen from the certificate side. And then about a week before I gave this talk for the first time, there was a major update about certificate lifespans. So if you haven't seen or heard of this yet, on the horizon, there is a really big shift in certificate lifespans. And it's shrinking to almost 10% of the current lifespan in about 4 years. Right? This means that if you're not considering shorter certs and automation already, oof. I'm a fan of shorter cert lifespans, and I think that they will save a lot. They will save companies a lot of headaches and solve a lot of issues, is what I was trying to say. If adopted correctly, right? Because right now you got about 398 days for your standard valuation certificate. In March of next year, that is going to be pushed down to 200. In March of 29, that's going to be pushed down to 47 days, unless somebody between now and then repeals it effectively. And that is just a rule from the higher ups, essentially. Those folks that deign what can and cannot happen on the internet, is how I like to say it, without going into too much details. But in my opinion, companies definitely won't find a way to undermine this, right? So I don't know if anybody was around on the internet when digital certificates really started to become important. I might be dating myself a little bit there, but something weird happened with Google, right? Not to make fun of Google specifically, but companies would create their own certificate authority external to themselves and then pay themselves for certificates so that they didn't have to, you know, I think you guys can guess where I'm going with this. You could look up Google Trust Services and stuff like that if you want to know more. I won't poke more fun at the mega corporations today, though. But the timing is one of the things to consider as we move on. What I would take away from that is that automation, like in a lot of other cases, is coming for the certificates. Either automate it or you could become the dedicated certificate person. At one point, I was managing about 40 different WAFs, web application firewalls, internally. And even then, I felt like I was the certificate person with the longer lifespans. So now we're pushing that down to less than 50 days of expiration, having that many certs. So there is some stuff we'll have to do to kind of work around that. And my advice is automate it if you can, onboard if you can, so that you're onboard if you can't automate, so that you can become not the certificate person. And then if you can't automate and you can't onboard, you might want to look for an alternate. Something like Dane, if you guys haven't heard of Dane, it's domain-based, domain authenticated name something. Dane, it's based on DNS. And DNS has never broken, so we could totally trust that to handle the certificate infrastructure if we wanted longer lifespans. Heavy sarcasm on that one, even if it didn't come through my voice. But that is a bit of the flounders in the firewall misconfiguration to think about. To get back to the digital certificates and start wrapping up and talking about how we could do better on this. Earlier, I mentioned that I like to think of digital certificates as cryptographic proof of resource ownership. But like I said, that is too wordy and too technical for most people. So the driver's license analogy does kind of work, right? In a certificate, you provide the certificate authority your information. The certificate authority verifies some of that information, signs it, and returns that information as a file that you display to prove ownership of that resource. Much like how I have to take my documents to the DMV, I have to stand in line for an uncomfortably long amount of time to then sit in line for an uncomfortably amount of time to then be yelled at by somebody because I forgot a piece of paper I didn't know I was supposed to have. But then eventually they do sign my documents and give me a receipt and then mail me a license. And that does work pretty well. And I can see the similarities between a driver's license and a digital certificate. I think land deed is a closer way to describe them, mostly because I'm a fan of fantasy space westerns, right? So like the original Star Wars, things like that. And land deeds aren't really real, much like digital certificates, and they're only trusted if you trust the signatory of that deed. And a major organization like a government would totally never give out a bunch of land deeds and then not uphold them. So it is a little bit closer in the realm of what a digital certificate looks like, but it's not perfect. It's not even great. It's just a slightly better example. So I went through and I thought up a bunch of things that would make a good analogy for a digital certificate. And the highlights that I came up with was it has to be something that no one really asks for unless everything else is going wrong. It has to be something that proves you did the simple thing, right? Checked a box somewhere, and something that could be used for generic gatekeeping. Bonus points would be if it's something easy to get online for a small fee or free. Right, so that would be my ideal digital certificate. At this point in the real world, I would let people shout out guesses. So feel free to think of guesses or chat guesses if you want to what you think a good digital certificate could be. But in my mind, a better analogy for a digital certificate would be like a high school diploma. I will admit, as much as I don't like the driver's license analogy, it is a pretty good one to explain it at a high level. However, I haven't been able to find a case of a digital certificate being used to prove identity in a legal situation. I have, however, seen entire industries dedicated to forging them, like how you can drop out and take a digital arts class at your local community center or library and fake your own high school diploma. It is incredibly easy, as I've kind of hinted at, to, in a bunch of ways, make your own digital certificate. So if it is relatively easy to do, you can do it online for a small fee, and there's no great way to stop people from getting them. What is the danger of that? Okay. So I did mention the first one earlier, so I won't spend too much time on it, but it is possible to spoof trust through a domain redirect or a lookalike domain. That was that example of webmail-homestarrunner.com instead of webmail.homestarrunner.com. The annoying one for me that I keep running into is third-party hosting through websites like, I won't make fun of them again. We'll say through websites like Shopify. I don't know if anybody hates Shopify for this like I do. That could be an entirely another talk about why Shopify should do more strict um, vetting before they let people use their platform for evil. But the last one is forced trust, and it is possible for an attacker to force trust with a user's workstation. Saw an interesting attack recently where the hacker sent a RDP file through a phishing attack to the victim with a cert from Let's Encrypt attached to the resource. Let's Encrypt is one of the largest, commonly used, relatively free or easy to access digital certificate CAs. So it was trusted by the victim's computer. But the thing that was trusted was the RDP connection, and it essentially forced the trust by having the user connect to the certified resource, which was just the attacker's machine. Essentially opening up their files to the attacker's machine by creating a RDP connection is a pretty interesting thing that I try to not think too deeply about. Again, really easy fix on that one. Maybe don't let people email you RDP files, but it does apply to other types of files as well. So forced trust, spoof, and third party can all be issues. Those are the dangers that I like to think about in that. And there are some ways to protect against those forgeries. So the basics are already in place, and we could definitely debate the effectiveness of them. And I would not be a super strong opponent for these being the most effective, right? However, properly configured OCSP or online certificate status protocol and CRLs, certificate revocation lists, can help. And I apologize if anybody is studying for their Security Plus or any other acronym and just had or acronym based test and just got hit in the brain with some PTSD from their study days. But those are helpful things. I would consider them like the bare minimum in a lot of cases. However, they're both reactionary, so they don't protect against novel or unique attacks. DNS filters like AdGuard or Umbrella from Cisco can be configured to block or alert when unknown domains come up. I have done this in AdGuard. It's not the easiest thing to do, but I don't have Cisco money. So Umbrella is a little bit out there. If you guys are in Umbrella and have done that, I would love to hear about how that went, how much easier it was. And then there are some tools that you can actually create automatic checks on your own end if you're into like scripting or building applets and stuff like that. Some of them that I'll talk about in the very fake demo that we're going to take a look at in a second are like Fish Tank, another Cisco call out. I guess I have to go sacrifice a chicken for that. But fish spelled like a phishing attack. Fish Tank is a really quick online resource that can check if something is a fish. And then urlscan.io is another online resource that I've used. And they can both be used to check things like domain legitimacy. And then with those tools, and then like who is and domain age considerations, you could create like a baby API running a fake neural network in Python to check for spoofed domains, lookalike domains, forced trust. And it would work. I did it. It didn't scale very well. So also, yeah, don't judge me too hard. On my coding here, I am not a programmer. I learned it by necessity, and I am not the biggest fan. But Fish Tank, like I mentioned, is a great resource if you're looking for a way to quickly identify if something should be considered malicious. And you could script that in to check and see if it's malicious, check and see what's going on there. Then you could also script in something like urlscan.io, which is a bit more robust of a platform. If anything, it had more lines when I had to script it. And that can check for a lot more like domain behavior, redirect, URL stuff on there. So URL scan can get you a bunch of helpful information. Domain age through who is, however that long that will continue to work, is also a great way. It's not proof that a domain is malicious if it was set up a month ago. It's also not proof that a domain is secure if it was set up 7 years ago. The only thing is, it is a consideration, much like all of these, right? So you could take all of those together and then kind of make your own neural scoring to figure out who is more trusted than the others. I just threw some random numbers on there when I was scripting this. And it was pretty interesting. It had about as an effective response as me just looking at it for like 10 minutes, but the script worked faster. So it did fit that basic categorization of automation for me, which is just do it a little easier and quicker. All right, so the last thing I have as we get close to the end here, I'm really good at running up right to time. It's a super fun talent I have, is a certificate transparency log. If y'all haven't heard of CT logs before, this is a really cool thing I found out about mostly through this research and through talking with folks about how they use digital certificates. And a CT log, or a certificate transparency log, are public auditable logs of all certificates issued by publicly trusted certificate authorities. So it's a way to look for abuse or redirects or lookalike, any of the issues that we've talked about. And they can also find misissued or rogue certificates early. So you can think about like a malicious certificate for PayPal.com could be spotted in the CT log before it could be doing damage in the field. So full disclosure, I'm not going to do a live demo. I've got some screenshots that I can click through for you guys, but there is a really easy way to use certificate transparency logs through a Google program called crt.sh. The reason why I'm not doing a live demo is I don't have enough chickens to sacrifice to the demo gods, so I'm sure it wouldn't work out. But you can go to something like demo.testfire.net. This is an older site used to test some web security stuff. I use it to show off SQL injections most of the time. And then from there, you can grab that certificate, specifically the fingerprint. This is all you need to look up the CT logs of a certificate, are the fingerprints of it. And then you can go to a website. In this case, I use crt.sh, which, like I said, is a Google project. So if you're not a big fan of Google or the Alphabet Company, you'll have to find a different resource for yourself on that. right? And you just paste in the certificate fingerprint, and it will give you the logs of where it came from, the timestamps, who worked on it. All of this information about the certificate can be publicly accessible through there. So that demo is mostly screenshots. So if you guys wanted to follow along on it later, I'll have my slides available somewhere. I promise I'll make them available, probably in the Discord. But that is an interesting thing. And I feel like I've been talking for a while, so I figured I'd say thank you all for your time as you're watching this, and also thank you to all the folks at CyberSpeak Labs and the folks putting on and volunteering for CyberLab Con. I love talking about digital certificates and silly little stuff like this that people overlook, the underlying fabric of technology. If anybody's interested in connecting, I've got a QR code up that you can scan it goes to a link tree, and it's got a couple of buttons on there for some stuff that I do and how to talk to me. And there's also a form on there if you want a silly digital certificate, or to provide feedback. You can fill that out. I just mostly wanted an excuse to say digital certificate. But yeah, that's about all I got. And I think we have a little bit of time for Q&A. If anybody has any cues that I can A.
I'm checking.
Yeah.
Rihanna, do you have a question for? Okay, there it is.
Star Wars or Star Trek. I'm not a big fan of a single family ruining the galaxy for everyone.
Interesting take. Interesting take.
But I'm also not a fan of shows where not a lot happens that matters for very long.
You don't like space soap operas?
I like it when things have meaning. So the biggest
Ooh.
I mentioned earlier that yeah, it's bad. Most people I lose most people when I start talking about my media preferences. But I mentioned earlier that I really like space fantasy westerns because I love that idea. And so a lot of people said that I would love The Mandalorian.
So you want Serenity to come back?
Yeah, that's it. Firefly, Serenity.
You just want Firefly back.
I just want Firefly back. But I loved The Mandalorian.
They're still around.
The comic was great. If you guys haven't seen that, anyway. But about The Mandalorian, people were like, "Oh, you'll love this. It is your thing." And I was like, "Yeah, this looks like my thing." But a big part of like westerns and that whole like culture is that it's pulled from like samurai films before that, and in that, things matter in terms of like bullets, right? So like if somebody gets shot in a western, that is like a plot device. So then to go from this really rugged, gritty Mandalorian to like pew 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 at each other, I got a little sad. Not to say it's not
where you're like
show.
Stormtroopers don't run out of charges. I get that.
It's hard for me to like any fiction where things just don't matter. So like I love Lord of the Rings because everything matters in that. You have to know all of the backstory or else you won't understand everything. I'm just losing everybody in this, I bet.
And I'm with you. And like frankly, I'm of the opinion the books are better than the movies.
There is a glaring omission character-wise in the movies that will always make me a little sad.
If you read the book, oh my gosh, like the movies were great. I mean, being a teenager when the series came out was perfect. But
and if anybody started to hate me when I was talking about media, because I did make fun of Star Wars, Star Trek, and Lord of the Rings, which is like everybody in this call probably. Also, I'll let you know that I love all media and I will just sit down and enjoy media. So I have seen a lot of them and I've enjoyed them. It's just after the fact, my dumb brain goes, oh, Maybe I
We've
didn't like
lost
that as much.
we've lost everyone here though. I think we're good with that. I haven't watched a real show in months. I've been watching Dimension 20 and um Dungeons and Daddies, and I'm going to do that up until I start recording my D&D podcast. So I'm with you.
Definitely.
And I miss Strong Bad Emails, the original
It
with in Flash, where you could click on things during. Yeah.
The world of Flash animation was wild.
Oh my gosh.
And that whole era of the internet was just. I looking back, I feel like I shouldn't have been allowed there. Is how I feel.
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
This was amazing. There is a round of applause. You can't hear it, but that was a great talk.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate the applause.
We will take a quick break. See you at the top of the hour, and I do believe Eddie is next. So yeah, get up for that. So I'm gonna let you go, Jeff. Bye. And I'm gonna bounce out of here for a few minutes as well. You guys can listen to some cool tunes. Hello and welcome back to CyberLab Con 2025. Our next speaker, one of my favorite people, is Ed Miro or Eddie. Gonna do the little pitch. It's not too late to buy your conference swag. Half of CyberSpeak Labs proceeds will be donated to MCCOE, the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. You can find all available pieces of swag by visiting the storefront in the description of the live event or using, is it mirrored? This little QR code over here for a couple more seconds or up in that corner as long as it lasts, which is not going to be very long because I'm going to introduce you to Eddie, author, instructor, cybersecurity SME, and overall amazing person and speaker. And I don't have that written down. Eddie's just one of my favorite people. So,
I mean, what can I say, Josh? Like, yeah, super glad to be here. Thank you so much for that awesome intro.
how do I give you a better like scene with your stuff?
I don't really know technology stuff.
I can make this happen. I can. We can do this. Okay.
That looks
Cool.
good.
Yeah, and you're controlling your slides, so then I'm just
You're
love
just
you,
gonna
dude.
look
Bye.
pretty and thanks.
You got this. See you in a bit. I'll be here if you need me.
Thanks, Josh. All right, hey everyone. Like Josh said, my name is Eddie Miro. My talk today is called Social Engineering for Introverts. Um, just as kind of a little starting note here, I love having an interactive time with the audience whenever I do a talk. So I'm going to try to keep an eye on the chat here in Restream. So if you have questions, comments, please put them in there. I'd love to be interrupted and digress from what we're talking about. Yeah, I work for a company called Hacker House. We're kind of like a very specific boutique MSSP. We're kind of like in the SMB world, and we do mostly like robotics and precious minerals and metals, so very like high risk sort of situations. But yeah, I also have a podcast on Jerry's platform called Simply Social Engineering. We just started a few weeks ago. Personally, you can look up anything you want to know about me, and I put some links at the end. But uh, yeah, I've spoken a few times. But I kind of want to start things off with a story, just so you kind of get an idea of what you're dealing with when you are listening to a talk by me. I'm built different, as they say. Uh, I used to live in a town called Chico, California. If you're from NorCal, let me know in the chats. That would be amazing. Um, I did my first talk back in 2017, and it was a talk about vehicle-based surveillance. And I was inspired by Devi and Olaf's talk about elevator hacking. So I just wanted to do a fun talk. I rented a thermal imaging camera, and I also tracked down the local FBI office and tried to interview them. So yeah, it wasn't super difficult to find the field office. You can just Google it, and and you could roll on down there. I drove by a few times. I didn't notice anything conspicuous. Really, I was just looking to see what their vehicles looked like, and uh, yeah, I kind of like didn't really do a whole lot the first time. Let's see here. I saw the chat change, but I wasn't sure if it's coming from the top or from the bottom. Looks like it's going from the top. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Okay. So when I drove by the office, I noticed there were some specific reserved parking spots. Um, there was also a sign on the door. It didn't mention anything about Suite 203. So I was kind of curious about that. Um, Came back later, checked out the lobby, and absolutely, there it is, Suite 203, FBI. I just head straight upstairs and walk right down the hallway. I pushed a button on the intercom, and a really confused field agent says, "Hello," and I explained who I am. I'm a local security researcher. I'm doing a talk about vehicle-based surveillance. I would love to ask you guys some questions, and I didn't want to ask them anything, you know, top secret. I just wanted some funny stories, some the lighter side of being on a surveillance detail. Tell me some weird things that have happened, some silly incidents. They refused to talk to me, referred me to the Sacramento field office. The public relations person absolutely said, "Hell no, we're not talking to you." Yeah, they denied my request for an interview. So that has very little to do with social engineering, but I do hope there are some FBI guys out there that sit around and tell stories about the like wild hacker that just showed up at their office one day trying to ask them questions. Okay, so let's get into the real content, why you're here and listening to me talk. A lot of folks in our field, they want to get better at soft skills. And maybe some of you want to become red teamers and you want to do some pen testing. So you want to learn how to become a social engineer. Uh, That's really difficult when a lot of us are introverts and, you know, we're not all the same, right? And I've given a lot of talks about social engineering and I've given a lot of advice about social engineering. And the more and more I give that advice and the more and more I think about what makes me good at what I do versus another person. And for me, I've really figured out that to do things the way that I do, you just have to have the same life as me. Like, and that's a challenging concept because I want to help people and I only know how to do it my way, which isn't really useful to other people. Um, when I went to community college, I was late to register my first semester, so one of the only classes that was open was public speaking, and that I took that class. It was a horrifying experience, and it's paid off immensely. That same instructor was a theater instructor. He recommended we all take a theater class, which I did. Uh, those skills have paid off in abundance. I even did a few plays. If you are curious about theater, talk to me in Discord afterwards. I'm a huge like theater and Broadway nerd. So yeah, I did some plays and learning acting skills. Very, very useful. If you check out my links at the end, I have my own YouTube channel also, and I interviewed my friend Trisha Howard. She's in marketing and she's also an actor, and we talked about how we use acting skills in pretext development for social engineering. It was a really interesting conversation. I also had the opportunity while I was in college to get involved with student government because a lot of theater kids were also ASB kids. And, you know, I just had these opportunities that came up and I just kept saying yes to things and it just started compounding. And all that led to who I am now. And, you know, some other things that I just so happened to have experienced in my life. When I was younger, before I got into IT, I worked as a telemarketer. So I'm really good at vishing and I love being on the phone. I'm very extroverted. I'm very social. I'm genuinely interested in human beings. And I know that, you know, through my time in the community and all my friends that many of you are not the same way as I am. So I do want to share some practical skills on how to change that. Okay. So I see some questions in the chat about your network being hacked. This is not the right talk for that, but I hope somebody will help you. So the problem that I'm trying to solve here is I want to teach you how to be good at social engineering. I want to teach you how to have soft skills. I want to teach you how to have good emotional intelligence and teaching you how to send a phishing email or set up a campaign in GoFish or handing you books about influence are rarely helpful if you don't have a solid foundation to build on. You know, I think of a lot of folks who buy books about social engineering and it's just like, well, what do I do now? And indeed there are companies that exist that will take large amounts of your money to go teach you these skills and force you to have interactions. I have some ideas in the end that I'll explore. for ways that you can do this without having to spend tons of money. All right. I'm always going to talk about this book, especially when I'm talking about how to learn social engineering. I know Josh just got really happy. This is also one of his favorite books. Um, how to Win Friends and Influence People. I'll start off by saying, yes, this book was first published in 1937, so it's almost 100 years old. And if you get the original edition, it's problematic, right? Some of the language in there is a little strange, and there are updated versions that are a little bit better. But the core concepts here are what's really important. And this book kind of gets a bad rap out there, and it does sound kind of gross when you think about the title, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It sounds very like manipulative, and sounds like you're tricking and conning people. And there are shitty salesmen out there who will do that, and it's unfortunate because this book really teaches a lot of very valuable information. And I just included a few things here. On the left, we have techniques in handling people. So let's say you're an introvert, you want to become less introverted. I recommend you read this. And these are some of the ways that you can start thinking about dealing with other people. So the first one is just don't criticize, condemn, or complain. These are all very like obvious points, and that is one of the criticisms, right? Um, but this first one, it's super powerful. My grandpa was kind of well known for this. If he didn't have anything positive to say, he would say nothing at all. He was pretty legendary in his industry too. The second one is give honest and sincere appreciation. I'm going to put an emphasis here on sincerity. Um, None of these things work if they're not honest and sincere. And you'll see that if you read this book and you're able to digest what it's trying to transmit to you, the core of it can be boiled down to just be an awesome person that people like and want to be influenced by, and they will. The last point on handling people is arousing eager wants. So it's not what you want, it's what they want. A lot of being really good at social engineering and just being good at being a human being is redirecting the attention back to the person that you're communicating with and focusing on what they want. In the next section, I'll talk about the Code of Trust by Robin Dreek, and he's really big about that, like finding what the other person's goals are and aligning them with yours. And this is like how to be successful in sales, also for any salespeople who are in the audience. Some ways to make people like you. Really, really obvious here. Become genuinely interested in other people. This is a way to demonstrate the liking principle. If any of you are familiar with Dr. Robert Cialdini, he wrote a book back in the 80s called Principles of Influence. He kind of codified a lot of these concepts that we've known about for like 100 years. But that book really popularized it and really gave a lot of like mainstream exposure to some of these. Oh yeah, Devin just recommended a book called Leading Without Authority. I could list hundreds of books. If you have book recommendations, throw them in the chat because I would love to see if there are any that you guys have that I haven't checked out yet. I love self-help, personal, professional development. So please put them in the chat if you have any recommendations. So become genuinely interested in other people. It's the liking principle, which, if I'm going to summarize it, your favorite thing is yourself. You like talking about yourself. I love talking about myself. And if we're interacting and I'm focusing on your favorite thing, which is you, you're going to like me. It's going to cause these like neurodopamine responses in the brain. The second one is smile. Homo sapiens were a tribal species. We did live in small communities. Nonverbals are really important, and smiling is a good thing. And it also causes like a motor response in the body. If you've ever heard of power poses, um, which means that you can create body language in yourself that will elicit an emotional response. I know it sounds really woo woo, but it really does work. So smiling can actually make you feel happier, and it will help other people feel happy as well. Remembering a person's name. this is really hard for me, but it's super, super important. If you remember someone's name, that makes them feel really good about themselves, makes them feel really important to you. I have to, when I meet someone, just repeat their name over and over and over again in my mind and try to do like the Michael Scott thing where I'm making connections to other things. Um, it works. The next one is be a good listener. And again, this is one of those things that's just like having good emotional intelligence, right? Not just waiting to talk or talk about yourself. Like, really, it's cool when you're doing a talk to talk about how cool you are, but when you're just wanting to build rapport with someone, you're wanting to influence someone, really just listen to them. Don't talk about yourself. Just keep redirecting back to them. Yeah. Again, uh, talk in terms of their interests. This is really solid dating advice also. um, be interested in the other person, ask questions. I have some practical advice for that later on. And then make the other person feel important and do it sincerely. I'm going to always emphasize the fact that Carnegie, he really stresses being sincere when you do this. My hypothesis is being a tribal species that is really in tuned with nonverbals. There's this thing that happens where if I'm saying words that don't align with my true feelings, then the nonverbals that I'm displaying, and I also want you to understand that nonverbals are they're autonomous. They're really hard to control. It's impossible to suppress them completely. So these things leak out, and if I'm not being sincere, then there's going to be an incongruency between my nonverbals and the things that I'm saying. And humans are really good at picking up on that. Um, Women are really intuitive and are really good at picking up these like gut feelings, especially with certain men, right? You should always trust that gut feeling because it's your subconscious trying to tell your conscious something that you're not picking up on. So, anyways, whoops, wrong one. Here we go. Okay. Anyone ever heard of Robin Dreeke? If you're into social engineering, you may have read some of his books. He was a Marine and joined the FBI. He ran their counterintelligence behavioral analysis program. He's kind of like the real deal, right? He would convert Russian assets to provide intelligence for the United States. So his work had to be effective, and it was life or death. And this book's really great. It's interesting to read. It's kind of one of those like parallel. I forget what the literary term is, where there's a narrative going on in the first part of the chapter, and then the rest of the chapter is technical content. It's kind of like I like when people do that, but he tells stories about his time doing that work, and then he also teaches. In this book, mainly, it's called the Code of Trust, and it's these 5 principles that he recommends that we follow. So I'll just go through them briefly here. I really recommend you read any of Robin's books. He has a book called "It's Not All About Me," and it's about building rapid rapport, and it's like the Bible of rapport building. So the first of the code is suspend your ego. And this is really hard for a lot of us. But if you want to be good at social engineering, if you want to be good at influence, if you want to be good at leadership, you can't make it all about you. It's about everyone else. And so suspending your ego, it's just immediately putting it on Front Street. Second one is being non-judgmental. So having empathy, trying to understand and put yourself in other people's shoes. The next one is validating others. And this one is huge. And a lot of people go through life and they're just looking to be non-judgmentally validated at all. And when you can provide that to someone, it's a transformative experience. Now, validating people doesn't mean you have to approve of everything that they do, but they are people, you know. So the next is honor reason. So trying to separate the fact that emotions are great, but we have to root ourselves in what's true, and we have to also be able to admit when we don't know something or when we need help. The last is be generous. Like I said before, Homo sapiens, we're a cooperative species. Our strength as a species is really built on like reciprocal altruism. I know you wouldn't think that from, current events, but really, um, really built on that. Any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. I'm keeping an eye on it. I'll just assume when there's no questions that I'm just being so enthralling as a speaker, you're speechless and you can't say anything. Okay, the last comment I'll make, I don't have a slide for this, but my friend Joe Gray, he wrote a book about social engineering called Practical Social Engineering. So if you want to get into more of like the technical side, the nuts and bolts of how to do it, there's lots of great content out there about how to set up, how to use social engineering toolkit, how to use Go Fish, how to, how to do a lot of this stuff technical wise. I tend to be more interested in the philosophy and the psychology, some of the more abstract ideas. uh, but if you do want to get deeper as far as like technical goes, there's a lot of good content out there. All right. So this is the money slide right here. Actually worked on this morning, and I really hate when you don't give someone in the audience like something actionable, right? Like there's a lot of people that are like, this is great. Yeah, I like that. I'm really interested in becoming more social and learning about social engineering and finding confidence. Okay, great. Here's some recommendations that I thought of this morning that you could just go do right now. And some of these may be like politically incorrect, or I don't know. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm being judgmental, but I'm just going to be honest on some things that I think that people should do if they want to embody that Dale Carnegie spirit of, if you want to influence people, if you want to make friends, just be amazing, just be an awesome person. And here's some ways you can do that. The first one is to learn new things. So read books, stay informed. This is going to really help you when you're interacting with people and you're trying to build rapport and you're trying to be a conversationalist. You're just going to have to know what's going on. And it's really great if you're able to take a class. Improv is a huge one. Um, take a dancing class, take a cooking class, just do things that make you interesting as a person. And people are going to just like want to hang out with you and be around you. The next is experience new things. So a lot of us, we stick around home. We're very introverted, but we have to go outside of our comfort zone. So go on road trips. I'll tell you right now, look up Atlas Obscura. It's a really cool app. It will send you to like really weird things, roadside attractions, and really esoteric, random stuff that it's all geolocation stuff. So check out Atlas Obscura. Just go on a road trip. Go explore something. Be social. When your friends invite you to do something, like just say yes. I'm gonna emphasize this again later, but being social and having these skills they take work. And as we get older, we forget how much work we put into maintaining our social lives, and we let them slip. And it's tragic. And I'm in my mid 40s, and I'm married, and we don't have kids, so that like already puts us like way behind when it comes to like finding a social group. But it just takes a ton of effort, and it's hard when when you want to do things and you want to maintain your social circle, and people don't put in the effort because they get old and they forget that it takes work. Anyways, find a mentor. So if you really want to improve yourself and you're not sure where to start, there are a lot of great people out there. I have mentors myself. You actually heard one of them speak earlier. His name's Phil, and he helped me out a ton in my career and in my life. And it's an amazing thing to look at someone who is doing what you're doing or doing what you want to do, and then seek their advice. And most of us who have been doing this for a long time, we would love to have mentees. Um, work on yourself. This is something that won't apply to everyone, but you know, try to dress nice and dress appropriately, and work on your health, and try to walk every day, and practice mindfulness, go to therapy, just try to be like, take care of yourself. And I've been really working on this myself. I go to therapy, and I'm really working on my physical health right now, and I'm getting older, so I care about longevity now. And we're really key thing that helped me was just reframing a lot of that and thinking of myself like I think of my dog. My dog is spoiled, and I take such good care of her, and I would never let anything happen to her. But I don't extend that same grace to myself. So it's a help to think of things that way. Okay, next column down the middle. There are ways to practice social engineering. There are ways to practice all these skills in an ethical way. First one is just to take every opportunity you have when you're dealing with people IRL. I know Aaron likes to be at home, so when the DoorDash driver or the Amazon driver comes, then maybe you open the door and talk to them. I don't know. It might be weird for them, but you got to practice every chance that you get. If you go out into the world, just you know keep in mind that not every social interaction you're going to have is going to be a good one. Um, I've been reading a lot. I've been seeing a lot of memes about the like, is the Millennium Stare or is the Gen Z Stare? I can't remember which one it is, but it's a thing. Um, if you have a job or you take a lot of phone calls, then you have to call customer service. Practice your social engineering skills. Like as somebody who's worked in customer support and tech support, you can change the trajectory of the outcome of that call based on the social skills that you use during that call. I know you're frustrated, but just just try a different method and see how much it works. Um, be curious. You know, everyone that you interact with is an expert at something. Everyone is interesting in some way, even if you don't believe it, they are. So speak less, listen more, just be super curious. Okay, I'm going to give you some rapid rapport techniques here. These are from Robin Dreek, his book. It's not all about me. So the first one is suspend your ego. You'll remember that from the Code of Trust. So this one's really hard for a lot of us who are kind of like influencers and public speakers. It's natural for us to want to try to impress people or tell everyone how cool we are, but don't do that. Um, let go of the need to be the most interesting person. Um, People are going to trust you more when they don't feel like you're competing with them. Plus, it's just better to be interested in them, anyways. The next one is ask open ended questions. So you're just going to be curious about them. You're going to be non-judgmental. You just ask them questions about themselves, what their goals are, what matters to them. How'd you get interested in that, or how'd that come about? Just open-ended questions. Let them talk. Most people are really starved to be heard in this world, so this is really easy to do. Like I said, if you're in the dating world, this is gold right here. The next one is mirroring body language and tone. This is like playing onto the subconscious, and is you have to be subtle about it, but if a person is leaning in, then maybe you can lean in a little. If they are leaning back, maybe you lean back. Just pay attention to the body language of comfort versus uncomfort. If they're speaking at a certain pace or at a certain amplitude, maybe try to align yourself with it. You're not trying to copy them, you're just trying to be on the same wavelength. Yeah, Josh, you're right. He said you don't have to be that subtle because people really aren't paying attention. This is true. This is true. Use tell me more prompts. You can keep a conversation going forever just by yes ending, you know, whatever they say. So someone will give you information and then you just pick something at the end of that information that you can prompt to go deeper. Oh, that's interesting. So you don't have, so Josh, you don't have to be subtle with people. Tell me more about that. And then Josh will tell me more about that. And then he'll say something that's interesting. And it's genuinely interest. I'm genuinely interested. And I want him to elaborate, and he's just gonna love doing that, and it's gonna build connection. It's gonna be fun. Last one is validate without judging. So acknowledge the other person's experiences. You don't have to agree or disagree with any of them. Just, oh yeah, I can see why you feel that way. That makes sense. Or I was watching a YouTuber the other day who does. He's an attorney, but he does a bunch of videos about communication. And a good way to respond to something that's really challenging is say, huh, that may be so. Like you're validating it, but you're not agreeing or disagreeing, and it's a great way. And easier to avoid talking during your code. Yeah, make everyone else do the work, right? Okay, so let's say you're down for all this so far. You want to do some more networking, and that's a great way to practice these skills as well. I mean, I recommend you join a group. My first introduction to the world of cybersecurity was DC 530 in Chico. You just have to go. Sometimes it's challenging, especially when it's a bunch of new people, but just go. After you've just gone a few times, then maybe talk to some people there. Once you're comfortable, maybe volunteer to do a talk or a demo or presentation. There's lots of really easy ways to practice these skills, and this is just good career advice also. And the same goes for conferences. Just go to a conference, look for a B-sides near you, or a local conference, or a virtual conference like this one, and talk to some people. Maybe after you've gone to a few and you're a little more comfortable, do a contest or a CTF. If you're going to DEF CON, Josh is running the noob community, which is totally geared towards new people at conferences. I run a contest with my wife called Octopus Game, and we're like, we gamify the process of introducing new people to conferences. So there's lots of fun and accessible and easy ways. There's no reason in this day and age you should feel like you're not sure if you belong at a cybersecurity conference, because I promise you everyone does. Once you're really familiar with conferences, I recommend that you volunteer. It's a great way to build your network. Every job I've gotten in the past 10 years has been through somebody that I've met in the community, volunteered with. Yeah, it's great. And then eventually you can do a talk. You want to get into it, and you want to become better at public speaking. There is a group called Toastmasters. Most of the groups meet weekly, and like any other skill, public speaking is something that you have to practice, and Toastmasters gives you the perfect environment to do that. Thank you for sharing that link. Okay. Actually, cranking through this content quickly. So this is my last slide. I put a few things on here. The top is just a reminder that being social takes effort. Well, none of these skills are natural for any of us. I know a lot of people who work as social engineers, and you know, most of us weren't born this way. We used our hacker nerd skills to learn about communication and learn about how other people operate. And that's that QR code there is for my link tree. It has all my stuff. That's my company there, Hacker House. If anyone knows Ushi or Geek Steve, they're the founders. Um, I do sales and marketing for them, which is a new thing for me. I'm pivoting away from 25 years in technical roles to be more growth oriented. And then there's just a few bullet points that I just would want you to take away from this. And this will save you thousands of dollars. So I'll tell you a little story before I finish. There are like social engineering courses that you can take. There are sales courses that you can take, and there are dating coaches out there that will take thousands of your dollars to take you to a bar and force you to have interactions with people. Simple interactions like, hey, think that you have like really cool bracelet on. My name's Eddie, or like, you know, take you to a mall and get you to ask people for directions, or get you to, you know, try to start a conversation with a random stranger. You don't need to do that. Like I gave you all those different ways you can practice on a day-to-day basis. If you're an introvert and this all sounds horrifying to you, I promise you that many of the people that you saw speak today, who I'm personal friends with, were also introverts who, through many years of exposure therapy, have gotten to a place where they're comfortable being extroverted, but also introverted at the same time. And some more good news while I'm digressing here. Really, like a lot of social research and psychology looking into like the thoughts about introversion versus extroversion these days, like being like really polar about that isn't really seen as being super accurate. In fact, there probably are very rare instances where somebody is 100% introvert or 100% extrovert, and most people are called ambiverts. A lot of us are able to be social when we need to, play the social character, and For some people, they only have so much energy that they're able to provide, and uh, for some, they have to take a break for like a few days afterwards. But yeah, so you don't have to worry about the fact that you feel introverted. A lot of a lot of being an introvert is the fact that it's become part of your identity. I'll speak briefly to that because this is a really powerful thing here. Through my own personal therapy journey, I learned, and this is the impetus of me pivoting into sales and marketing. I'll just talk about myself here for a few minutes. Realizing that the identity that I was showing up to the world in, the person that I was choosing to be, was based on who I was as a young man. Punk rock, and I'm a frontline IT worker, and I don't like executives. I don't like salespeople. I don't like C-suites. And and then I realized that I'm in my mid 40s and I'm friends with all these people I supposedly don't like. And I hang out with executives and I hang out with C-suite people. And yeah, I actually have this really valuable skill set that can be used for sales and marketing. Yeah, I realized that my identity that I held onto so tightly was just something that I was choosing to live up to. And when you realize that identity is something that you can choose and not something that you're just merely reacting to, the sky's the limit after that. So hope some I'm sure some of you needed to hear that. But that's all the content that I have. I tend to speak a little quickly, so I apologize if I threw off the schedule here. If anyone has any questions, comments, anything at all, this would be a great time to put them in the chats. We can make Josh talk, and I'll be able to avoid talking. He loves talking. Josh was in the Air Force, actually. All right. Well, while we're waiting for questions, we'll tell another quick story here. Josh, I'm gonna talk about Jimmy because he's the reason that I'm here, and Jimmy is an interesting guy. A lot of you probably know who he is, but he's kind of an amazing embodiment to a lot of these concepts that I've talked about here. I was at Wild West Hacking Fest in Deadwood a couple of years ago. Um, Came downstairs to have drinks with a few friends, and there was just this guy there standing kind of awkwardly. And as you can imagine, I'm pretty social, and I I thought he's very fashionable. Jimmy, if you don't know, was actually a movie star in Thailand, so like he's actually really cool, but he doesn't tell anyone about it because that's what cool people do. But I really liked the way he looked, and he was dressed really cool, and I went up to him and I introduced myself. And one of the things that I really like to do is just find out what I can do to help someone. I really love just using my skills to help people. So usually, if you send me a message asking me for help, I'm going to say yes. He mentioned that he was interested in threat intelligence and threat hunting, and just happened to be hanging out with Leslie Carhart that night, and they were standing there, and I took Jibby over and said, "Hey, you should meet this person." And Jibby, as you know now, he's super famous, and he just happened to be in the right place at the right time, interacting with the community, being open to social interaction, just being a genuinely cool guy who never really talks about himself. Um, anyways, okay, so thank you for reminding me to talk about my podcast. It's called Simply Social Engineering. It's on the Simply Cyber platform. I just started it a few weeks ago. My second episode just came out yesterday, and I interviewed Edna Johnson. If you don't know, Edna is amazing. Um, they run DEF CON Orlando. They run the Social Engineering Adventure Village, and they are a member of the Riz Kitties, who competed in the Social Engineering Community Village Fishing Competition at DEF CON last year. Super amazing person that you should follow. And yeah, I had them on, and we had an amazing conversation about social engineering and talked about threat hunting for a little bit and about community involvement. It was a really awesome conversation. I have a lot of really cool guests from the world of social engineering and leadership. And yeah, if you're interested in social engineering, or if anything that you've heard me talk about, yep, there you go. Thank you, sir. So if you liked this talk, then you'll probably like my content on the Simply Social Engineering podcast. Josh, I think I'm done.
I was like, you're gonna cheat and make me show up and like talk more.
Well,
Because
have you talked about noob community? Octopus Game is partnering with Noob Community, since we have since Josh and I are besties, and because we have vision, our vision for our different communities is the same. So yes,
yeah.
you go to DEF CON,
Well,
please check out.
so for those who don't know the backstory, volunteering with Octopus Game last year really made me kick my own butt and put in to see if we could make New Community or New Village, which got accepted as a community this year. And I'm hoping it's overwhelmingly busy and they realize they need to give us more space and it becomes a community or a whole village next year. But we'll see how that all goes. InfoSec, cybersecurity, DEF CON especially can be massively overwhelming for a lot of folks. There's a lot of us who are neurodiverse or introverts, and even if it doesn't look like it, because this is the mask that we put on when when we do these talks or have our social media personalities. In the background, we're all awkward nerds, and
I'm glad you brought that up, because I don't think enough people talk about the fact that this is public speaker.
We know each other already, so that's why we can make this look seamless and
Josh
painless.
He's super awkward and nerdy in real life. This is like public speaker Josh. This is like the coolest. This is like Air Force Josh. I'm kidding. I love you, man.
Yeah, you've heard me tell it. Look cool, sound cool, be cool, or sound cool. Yeah, just like that. Yep. Fake it till you make it. It's a pilot thing for another time. Yeah. So put together this village community, whatever. For to be that like hub for new people. You're showing up to DEF CON and you don't know where to start. Hopefully my volunteers will have their new village vests on. And I think they're showing up tomorrow from Amazon. They're going to identify that look in your eye of I am overwhelmed and I don't know what to do, and there'll be, hey, do you need a hand? And there's great folks. There are tons and tons of amazing goons. One of which is right in front of you. This amazing man right here, Eddie Miro. Are you gooning this year, or are you?
No, I was a goon last year. My goon team had to downsize. It was a reduction in force, and I was like the newest goon. So
this is the year for it.
What are you gonna do? So yeah, if you want to see me at DEF CON, I'm gonna be at the Octopus Game table like full time. So yeah, come check it out. Yeah, so no gooning, but I can't say gooning anymore. Shit. All right, sorry. You guys invited me on this.
You're good.
There's always
sorry, I saw a comic come up. Devin McCarthy.
Yeah, they were referring back to my conversation. What I mentioned about it's actually Gibby, Gaibby.
Yeah.
Being a connector, and that I mentioned the fact that when I meet someone, I find out they could use my help in some way. I like to do that, and like when I saw Gibby there, and I connected them with Leslie Carhart, like that's a beautiful thing to do, and yeah.
I mean, you connected me with Leslie.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, being a connector.
Like Carnegie said, just be awesome. and people will just like you, and you'll get to do cool things. And as long as you're awesome and don't use any of these skills negatively, and the community always finds out. You know,
Frankly, it's there's a lot of RPGs and games nowadays that have that social meter on them. I like Red Dead Redemption 2, and
okay.
it has where you are. Like, are you a villain, or do you have high honor? And I think that exists in real life. And frankly, if you're not, I don't know, if you're real with people and you're not trying to take advantage of them, and it's obvious, then it
Humans are
becomes
really,
fairly obvious.
yeah, human beings, like, I talked about us being a tribal species, and we're really hardwired for community. We're really good bullshit detectors, and if you're not keeping it real and you're not being authentic, people really pick up on that quickly. And I'm not that exceptional when it comes to my technical skills, but I do try to keep it real and try to be a good person and try to help as many people as I can. And that's taken me much further than my technical skills ever did. And I know a lot of people get tired of hearing that advice, like, oh, soft skills, what does that even mean? It's like, the reason we keep telling you is because it's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I do a talk with my friend Glenn, who he's a CISO, and he does a lot of hiring, and like and we're going on a podcast with a hiring manager pretty soon, and we had a pre-call, and it's like these recruiters and hiring managers and C-suite people, they're looking for soft skills more than anything. Most jobs can be taught, and I know that's really hard to give that advice, because we're all applying for jobs, and there's these applicant tracking systems that are denying people, and there's a lot of problems, and it's really hard to network. It's really hard to cold reach out to people and say, hey, I'm interested in this job that you've got going on. And I don't know, it's a whole nother conversation we could have, but anyways.
No, you're spot on. I think it fits the whole message that you covered here today. Um, so many great resources you included there. Frankly, I was gonna text you after this and ask if I could grab your slides. So
I'll put them
yeah,
in Discord after this.
sick, awesome. There is, I think, one more talk going in track one, and then the keynote over there. If people are, I don't know, I don't want to hold you longer. If people don't have any more questions,
Yeah, and they can reach out
amazed
to
to have
me,
you.
and they can connect
Excellent.
with me, and if they think of something that they want to ask me later on, just send me a DM on LinkedIn or whatever, and I'm very accessible, so hit me up.
He is. He's really awesome. Thanks, Eddie.
All right, man.
I'm gonna kick him off and then put up one of these things. What have I got? We're gonna made all these amazing things, and I'm there. We go. Hey, look at that. Hope you had a good trip. If you want to join the Discord, you got the QR code up there. In the description below, there are links to donate, and if you donate, then you will get a link to the escape room. I think the CTF. There's a link in Discord. I think that link is down below as well. Yes, it is. For the few of you who are still here watching, that's it. I've got nothing else for you. I'm gonna put on some tunes and a thing at the bottom that tells people to go to the other track, because I've got nothing else for you. Thank you. Bye.